You good. Right.
Yes.
So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. It's member conservation trust, and I'm happy to be this meeting.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. So,
Everyone. My name is Ivan Suba. My name is Solomon. I'm from Uganda. I am a business.
Morning, everyone. My name is William from Klimbo. I'm a part of the community. I'm the chairman. I'm happy to be here.
One.
I work as education officer, but they are
Karibu.
morning.
Ema. Iko ni heri udawa wakati wanaunda muziki kwa
Good morning, all. My name is Richard.
Niende kwa record.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Christine Matusa. I work with English, environmental management.
Record to this computer.
I just want
To
to
the
welcome
cloud.
you all and thank you for honoring this interview. We're looking forward to your active participation.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kiumuro Phillips. I work for NbS Uganda. And I am based in Kasese. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gasta Chiyoji. I work for an organization called Street of Blood. But I'm friends with the agency. That's why I'm here. I am part of the networks, as I will be talking to you later. Yes, I'm happy to be here and to hear about what is displayed on the chart. Thank you.
Tembo Shandara, I serve as a liaison officer in Uganda. I'm happy to meet you all.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Gamba Rogers. I'm doing the streaming here, live streaming.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to everyone. I think we have heard who we are. Now we know each other. And without taking much of the time, we are going to get the welcome remarks from Emily. Christine.
Good morning once again. Good morning, gentlemen. Like I introduced myself, my name is Christian Mbatusa. I work with environmental management and business improvement, where is a facility. We are based in Kampala. We are a civil society organization, and today we are partnering with WWF, Worldwide Fund for Nature, Uganda Country Office, as one of our partners to implement issues concerned with environment conservation and management, but especially at national level and also in the policy advocacy space. So, with that, I want to thank our partners, WWF, for the support that they have extended to MED over the years. But specifically for today's engagement, it is support under the Triple Benefits Program, where we want to advance rights and equity of the marginalized groups or the indigenous people and local communities. I know that you all know the indigenous people, and you also know the local communities. Particularly for today, our focus will be so much on the Batwa who live around this landscape, the greater Kidongo landscape, and we want to discuss their rights and equity in the implementation of the nature-based solution. We know that there are so many strategies used to address issues of the change in climate. As you may all know that we have changing climate. We've got the drought, we've got the floods. You can pick it as we're coming. We're getting testimony that it is no longer as cold as it used to be. Oh, it is covered, I guess, that it is no longer as cold as it used to be. So, and also Kisoro. So, those are some of the effects that are linked to climate change. But amid this changing climate, there are actions that are being implemented. And for us, we are pushing for nature. We use nature, natural solutions to be able to address this. So this is where we see a lot of conservation, protection of forest reserves, planting of trees, so that we can be able to reduce the changes in climate and the impacts that come along. And we know that as we implement, different people are affected differently. And among these people are the marginalized groups, who we believe that their impact is so much felt because of the vulnerability that they have, considering that some of these natural resources that we actually, among our interventions as officers or district officials, that you may say restrict their access to this could negatively impact on their livelihood. So we are here to discuss some of those issues, but also this meeting today creates a platform to link the community representatives, the district officials, and the justice sector. So amongst us, we have participants from a civil society organization, where we are partnering with URP. And I want to thank you so much for coordinating this dialogue. You played a very important role in ensuring that we have this dialogue today. This clap for URP. Thank you so much. And we also have our development partner, that is WWF. We want to also continue to thank you so much. You can please applaud if it were not for them, we wouldn't have this dialogue. We're so much grateful. Then we also have representatives of the districts, the Kisoro District Local Government. We have the district natural resource officer, tourism officer, I don't know if it's already here.
It's here.
Yes. It's, we have the professional officer, community development officer, that's from us. And we also have the district police representative of your own council. And then we want to thank the magistrate court that has given us representatives. We have the magistrates and we also have the state attorney. So that is the category of people that are convinced here today to help us advance issues related to marginalized groups, but specifically their rights in the implementation of this natural resource solutions. We want to make sure that we do not impact them negatively, that we want to help them benefit. Over the year, we've undertaken some studies on nature-based solution and also the BATWA. And one of the reports that you've seen, the issues paper that some of you have received, was developed by Emily, still with support from WW, the 2023 paper, and it highlighted 4 rights. Among them include the rights, the cultural rights, the rights to the neighborhood, and the right to education. So as we discussed, we want to see how these rights are recognized and how we can continue to safeguard this, because we know as we implement the nature-based solutions, they are implemented on land. So we want to discuss and understand how these rights are recognized and how we can be able to safeguard them. Then also, we did a situation analysis for the BATWA last year, and it identified challenges related to the limited access to land. Then there was an issue on non-possession of IDs, then the low representation of governance structures. So we want to continue discussing those, and we see how some of these challenges can be addressed, especially the issue of IDs. It would mean that if they do not have them, they might not, one might think they are not citizens. So, and yet they need to be recognized, to be able to benefit from some of the development initiatives, for example, the empowerment grants. I don't think you can access without an ID. So if they do not have it, that already limits their access to this. But also we want to know that about the development initiatives that are here in the district. How are the marginalized groups, especially the BATWA, how are they benefiting from these development initiatives? The elderly grants. So, and also from the situation analysis, there was an issue of when you look at the health sector, is there access to health services? The health sector created a desk. So as Emily and our partners, we want to ask and play that, can we copy and adopt this same thing in the court so that we have an officer or a desk that is designated at court level that can easily be approached by the marginalized. So as we listen from the justice, the magistrate, that is something that we want to hear from you. If it is something that can be really that is actually can be implemented. So with that, I want to welcome you And to emphasize that our outcome today, we want to create that platform for us to dialogue with the justice sector and be able to push and address some of the challenges that are faced by the public related to rights, land rights, rights to education, rights to livelihood. Because we know some of these results expire, their livelihoods are actually delayed. So we want to understand how we can elevate ourselves, but also not negatively affect the livelihood of the marginalized groups. Thank you so much, and I wish us a fruitful day with deliberations. Online, I have presenters, I think, the link that is introduced themselves.
So, Emily, thank you, Christine. No, we know some people would say that Emily is Emily as Emily of a person.
Human.
Emily of EMLLY, but this is Emily of EMELI. So thank you very much, Christine. I think she has explained very well why we are here. Atusobanuye igitumye turi aha ngaha, aravuze ati umuntu bariya bacu nubwo natwe impinduka y'ikirere yadufataho ariko ntabwo ijogora. Haje umwuzure twese muragira iki? Buratujana. Hagize ikidutera twese turagira iki? Turagenderamo. So mu gihe kurwanisha impinduka y'ikirere ntatukwiriye kugira abo tubangamira muri ubwo buryo. Siko kuko buri muntu wese yifuza imibereho myiza, yifuza kugira ubutaka, yifuza kuja ku ishuri, yifuza imibereho, yifuza kuja mu rwariro, nangwa agiye no mu koti bakagira iki? Bakamwumva. So I was trying to bring it into our real natural language. But online we have people that are attending, and allow me they introduce themselves. They are not hearing.
They are hearing.
They are hearing. So are they going to do this?
Let's continue.
Okay, we'll continue. Thank you very much. And without also taking much of the time, allow me and I invite the coordinator for Great Rural Landscape in the WWF to whom refill. And at this moment, as it's coming, allow me, I thank WWF. You know what it has done within Soro districts. It has supported us in all corners of livelihood conservation. And we thank them for the big support they have been giving to us. Can we kindly clap for them? This is your time to
Thank you. Good morning once again. I want to lay some clarification. My name is Philip Kumuro. I am a landscape coordinator, not GPR landscape.
Yes.
I still need my position. Otherwise, I may be fired. Anyway, pleasure to be here this morning to join in this meeting where we discuss about an inclusion for the marginalized groups. And we want to applaud Emily, but also to applaud Idolapi for the great coordination in delivering this and bringing together the partners, the different stakeholders. I'll be brief, but I'll talk about WWF Uganda and what we are doing. And as WWF Uganda, we have been in this country for, I think, I should say that 4 years, since 1992. And we started our presence from the foothills of Mount Rwenzori and slowly and steadily expanded to cover most of the areas in this country. And we have priority areas, and one of such a priority area is the Greater Virunga landscapes, where we have the Bwindi Buganinga, the Southern, the Queen Elizabeth, and all the others. That's very, very critical. So we take this as an important landscape, given its challenges, the diversity of the natural ecosystem in here. We have key species, the gorillas and other endangered species, but also we realize that there is a lot of degradation in such areas, in as much as we have marginalized groups or indigenous peoples and local communities. I know Augusta will say that the constitution is clear, that all of us consider indigenous people, including myself, and that if you are in the borders of Uganda by February 1st, 1926, then you are considered an indigenous person. I count myself on that as an indigenous, but then when you try to look at the global frameworks and things like that, we realize that some are more indigenous than others. So we want to be determined and focused on that. And as WWF, we have really anchored this within our strategy. We recently launched our 5-year strategy, which is running from 2025, actually July, up to June 2030. So I can happily say that we have so far moved 1 year within our strategy. And this is a very important meeting for us to reflect how far we've gone, for example, on what we set ourselves to. Critically, in our strategy, we have 4 or 5 thematic areas we are focusing on. I'll talk about the forestry bit, the limited there. I'll talk about energy and climate. I'll talk about fresh water. I'll talk about wildlife. Now, one thing that is very cross-cutting across all these areas is what we call inclusive conservation, indigenous people, the local communities, their livelihood and well-being. So this actually anchors very well within our strategy. And we focused to think about rights-based conservation, where we respect the rights and aspirations of the people on whose lands we work, or where we try and strive to achieve all that we intend to. We want to have stronger voices for governance coming out from these people. And this is why we engage in some of these forums. That's why we have URP together with other projects that we're doing. We have in the Triple Benefits Project, which we are gathered here this morning to discuss. But we also have other projects coming up, like Together for People and Nature, where we anchor and have the role of, a stronger voice for natural resource governance coming through. So this is part and parcel of our strategy. Moreover, for everything that we do, we seek to have a free and prior informed consent from the people we work with. We do not impose. We want to seek your consent, because these are principles that are kind of, agreed upon, and they're not negotiable here. If you want to work with me, it's imperative that you seek my consent, we discuss and we agree. And that's what is the center of our work. Secondly, I want to talk about the equity and inclusion that we focus on, the gender responsive programming, where we want to have all people included. The other day I was seeing a video clip of someone talking about gender and feminism, and border mostly on the gender. I don't discuss the other things. To have all of us included, youth, women, children, elderly, involved in conservation. So we focus on this, and in our programming, we try as much as possible to have targeted interventions for each of these. Leave no one behind and we move together. For the youth, the interventions that we try to deliberately involve in. For the youth and the young ones, we are having the Green Schools project, for example, where we are looking at encouraging the young cats to grow with the love of conservation. We are having programs where we focus on women and we integrating women specifically. And within ourselves, there are always written rules and unwritten rules. We have a practice. It's not a written rule. It is an informal kind of regulation where we tend to have at least a 60-40 distribution in terms of what we do. So if you are having 10 goats for a livelihood intervention, we try as much as possible to see that at least 6 of them for the women. This is deliberate, it is inclusiveness, and that's what we try to ensure for equity and that. But we also believe that, community-led natural resource management is very critical. So we cannot impose, but we rather listen to what others are saying. And that is what we mean by involvement of these people. I gave an example that Myself and Gasta, for example, for instance, when we choose to go somewhere, we assume it is 3 by 3 that you're supposed to be planting eucalyptus, or the spacing of 3 by 3. But when you come to Chisoro, you'll find that people behave differently. They will either do 1.5 or so, and they will not take your indigenous trees, and you ask yourself why. Because where you come from, eucalyptus is for timber, but in Chisoro, it is for staying beings. So unless you understand those aspirations and listen into community-led initiatives, you are bound to miss the point. So as WWF, we are focused on that, and we try to do that. Ultimately, what we want to do is not independent of what the country is focused on. And someone calling us a development partner, I'm worried that the listed as one of the other. But what we do is in tandem with what the government is planning on, because we know that we work in this area and we contribute to the aspirations of this country, where we want to reduce poverty, we want to ensure that livelihoods are sustainable and everyone involved and moving forward. And we are committed towards this, to our strategy, working jointly with all partners and ensuring that we make this country indeed the part of Africa. I want to thank you and wish you a wonderful day.
Thank you very much, for all those. And thank you very much. Aravuze ati twebwe dukora nka David ntabwo tuyizana tukayishyira ku bantu, kuko iyo dukora imirimo y'abantu bagize sitade bivugiye kandi ari ibyifuzo by'abantu, kandi cyane cyane turarebera kugira ngo ibyo dukora byose tugerageze kunganya, nubwo bitadushobokera ariko biba byiza cyane kugira ngo n'abagore 4 ku 10 babone ku mushinga gute badukora badabudabwe. Kandi arashimira ibyo dukora byose ni byo kugira kongerera ku mirimo ya government, ntabwo dukora ibyo hanze ya government. So thank you so much for those remarks, and I think we are on time. I'm going to invite his leadership, Usura Iva, so Chief Magistrate Scott, make a presentation. And the presentation will be mainly focused on sensitization on the fruits. Oh, sorry. The official opening. By the state attorney, sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. We are going to get that official opening by state attorney, so district state attorney. Once again, very happy. State attorney has been introduced. I'm very happy to be giving us this meeting. Mine is very simple. Very relaxed. First of all, I wanted to welcome everyone to this meeting. I want to recognize the presence of the different civil society organizations present. I may not be well versed in the regulations. I've had the I've had the WWF, but I know that you're doing a great work in the conservation field, and I want to appreciate you. I want to recognize the WWF for its significant impact on our community and specifically to Kisoro. I want to recognize URP for its wonderful work it's doing in the district. I want to thank Emily. I was among the people
who didn't understand what NbS is, I just wanted the name. But later on, I came to realize the organization. I want to thank you for coordinating this. I want to thank bringing the human conservation with trust. For the president, I want to thank, I don't know if we have the United Organization for the Virtual People was present. Yes, we recognize your presence in this dialogue. There are a number of district officials present. I recognize the presence, the district professional officer. We have in our midst the representative from the police, the officer in charge of the 50th station. Most welcome. I want to recognize the district tourism officer. In my line of work, I do have a number of cases to do with tourism, but I've never seen you. I am so glad that this platform is enabling me to see the people that have been handling. Yes, we do have representatives from the Batwa community. You are most welcome, and you're the reason that if there is anyone I've not recognized, please forgive me. I believe those are the people that are present. Today, we are having a dialogue. A dialogue basically maybe an interaction. Yes, we are having a dialogue specifically for the rights of the marginalized in a specific reference to the Batwa, because they are the ones that relate to our community. We do have a number of marginalized groups. They include refugees. We do have women and children. We do have persons with disabilities. There are quite a number. And marginalized groups usually, these are the people who have been pushed to the edges of the society because of certain circumstances, and they become vulnerable. I will discuss more in my presentation. I do not want to preempt it. So, with those 2 remarks, I officially open dialogue, and I pray that we have an active participation, because I am seeing so many stakeholders, and I believe we shall leave here impacted and ready to make a change in our community. Thank you very much.
There are 2 minutes to achieve break, but I think so far so good, isn't it? So allow us, we go for presentations now. I think the presentation is ready. May I call Ms. Worship? Come and make the presentation. Thank you.
Good morning. Or we as I've been earlier implemented, my name is Ivan Masuba. My display here is Soro. Happy to be here. I'm fairly new in this space. I care something around. Yeah. So I am fairly here. I'm glad to report that I feel at home. So thank you, Isoro, for welcoming me, both before I found here. Thank you. Profession and all others, including those who found me here, like our office station. I'm actually seeing him for the very first time, but I'm glad I met him at a very interesting event. Permit me to stand on the protocol already established. Who are marginalized groups? That is the word I grapple with. Both as I used to grapple with it as a student, I grapple with it as a professional, and certainly as a person with service. Who are marginalized groups? For me, my understanding of who are marginalized groups, someone who is at the margin. So our teachers will tell us, you do not define a word by the word itself. Yes, but for me, that is what the marginalized group is. The margins. When we were in school, especially when we were writing our exams, we were instructed to not write on the margins, because that is where where the marks will be. So I think it is good to be marginalized, don't we? Because that is where the teacher looks, that is where marks are given. So I think that is why we are here. We are trying to write in the margins. I hope at the end of the day, we write good things, because to be at the margins, it is not a good thing. Okay? So my duty here, I received this invitation about 2 days ago. I asked myself, what am I going to talk to people about? When you come to talk to civil society, I think they know everything, right? Especially the areas they have chosen to particularize themselves in. I've been in civil society too, as there for 5 years before I crossed over this side. So I know the things that I am a colleague and I must say it feels good to people. So I will take you into my presentation, but as you might be aware, I am presenting on the processes relating to rights and equity of marginalized groups. So within the court system, we do not have a group called marginalized groups. That does not exist. In court, we have an intersection of people. In gender studies, I think that's where it comes out. An intersection that you are a woman, you are pregnant, disabled. That is how the court looks at you. It doesn't look at your being a Mutua, it doesn't look at your being a Muchiga, it doesn't look at your being whatever you identify as. It looks at those things it can see. That if I'm dealing with a woman who is in court over domestic violence, I'm going to treat her as a woman before anything. Someone who is scared. If she's pregnant, maybe I'm going to give her preferential treatment. So quickly, maybe the next slide. These are the marginalized groups as we know them.
Right? Does that make me marginalized? Maybe yes, maybe not. But I become marginalized if I live within the vulnerabilities of social exclusion. Before I apply for a job, once they identify that I'm a Mutwa, they will bring all these biases. Probably they would say maybe a Mutwa can't execute task X. Mutwa is always late. Batwas are always complaining of hunger. Give me examples, those are not in my head, right? So because of those narratives, someone denies you a job, and yet you might not be able those tasks they put on your head. Economic disadvantage, where you are located, it would be hard for economic services to reach you. So that because of your marginalized status, it might put you at a disadvantage. Discrimination, we have all these things. Women have gone through this cycle. I think they know it far too well. They see you driving a truck, first thing they would wonder, why would a woman be driving a truck? Maybe she's deciding herself. Allow me to recognize the arrival of my colleague. His worship for I think you can introduce yourself. Yes, your worship.
Good morning, everyone. Asime Bob, my name, magistrate at Solo Chief Magistrate Court, and also in charge Bunagana Magistrate Court. Thank you.
You're welcome, your worship. He will be 30 minutes where I there is also limited access to legal services. I mean, if you are a child, for instance, because there are examples of marginalized people. If you are a child and you are undergoing some sort of abuse, how many children walk into offices of lawyers, law firms to ask for assistance? Many things they do not, but as we may see, there are barriers, those barriers are not crushed to some extent. They are no longer barriers to one extent. Okay? Physical and communication barriers. Some people find it hard to express themselves because of who they've been identified as. For example, if you're a person living with a disability and you're unable to speak, so how will you express yourself in court? How will you testify? With personal communication and physical barriers. Physical barriers, how does a person living with disability access a building without rails? It's very hard. Thank God, at our court, we have it, we have a ramp. It's very easy to access it, even if you physically do that exercise. So, again, I think I need to confess my presentation in broad, not specifically on a particular indigenous group, but these things are all encompassing and they cut across, I should say. So we have constitutional guarantees that really help. At least they reassure us, the country, as a country, we stand for certain things. Our constitution has a guarantor of our rights and our way of life within the legal field. equality before and under the law, freedom from discrimination, human dignity, fair hearing, and access to justice. Those are the ultimate principles that help us in accessing justice. Meaning, you do not have to see how you look or give your audience for my courts. I do not have to discriminate you. I do not have to lock you out of the court simply because you are a voter. And by nature, you might, according to me, probably they are disruptive people. So I do not want you in court. Even if you really have an issue, I cannot entertain your issues because of the evidence. We have legal frameworks that really enable us to go at that goal. Of course, legal framework number one for us here in Uganda, the constitution is our Bible. But it has different sources internationally. We have the UNHCR, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. As the name suggests, that is the instrument that enables us, that emboldens our commitment to human rights. But that instrument is divided into two instruments. There is the ICCPR, which is the Convention on People's Rights, and the ICESR, which it doesn't apply here. It is the International Convention on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. I think it does, right? But there is another one. Of course, those two conventions, I hope I'm not being too philosophical. Kindly tag me, plug me if I. So those two conventions give us the first generation rights, civil and political rights. I mean, your freedom from discrimination, your right to participate in elections, and others. Then we have the International Convention on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. Those are considered second generation rights. But there is another form of rights which I think is very important for this discussion. They are called third generation rights. Those third generation rights are rights which we enjoy as a group, especially now as marginalized people, right? The rights that we enjoy because we are the indigenous people called the Batwa. Those are the third generation rights, and they cut across, right? Yeah. So we have the CEDAW, the Convention on Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. We have Batwa women, of course. This benefits them. We have the Convention on Rights of Children or of the Child, indigenous people or marginalized people produce children. So this is also important for them. The Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, the CRPD, we have some marginalized people who are living with disability. The African Charter on Human and People's Rights, this is our commitment as Africans, our commitment to the concept of human rights as Africans. Then we have the Maputo Protocol, which of course touches the rights of women, African women today. So if you're to take anything out of that, is that judicial duty is to interpret and apply the law constantly with constitutional and human rights principles. We are human beings, judicial officers. You might think a judicial officer is an animal, but I am happy to disappoint you. We are human beings. You can see my friend there is breathing. Yes. So there is this thing, next slide, please. There is this thing. Maybe before we go there, first remove it. Would you rather go with equality or equity? What is better? Both are better. In your view. Why do you think equality is better? Yeah. They are words we use interchangeably, but they are remarkably different in application. Okay? You can give us the image and maybe you can give us an answer. So from that image, what would you rather go with?
Equity.
Rather go with equity. Now, equality, as you can see, they are all standing on things of the same height. But what do you think this human being is seeing? Of course, it's seeing a wall. This one is seeing everything. This one is struggling a bit. But because of equity, they are able to see at the same eye line. Okay. So now next slide.
Just one minute.
1 minute. Yes. Yeah. I will share the presentation. Okay. Next slide. So equality is same legal treatment for everyone. That I do not mind if we have constructed a court. I don't mind whether you come from far. I don't mind whether you are pregnant. I don't know whether you are sick. I do not mind. The court is open. How you access it is none of my business. That is equality. But equity bends down a bit. Okay? It removes barriers that prevent equal participation. Examples are sign language interpreters. The example I gave. Someone can't speak, but they are able to testify in court. Someone is able to record their evidence or to read what has been written for them because there is a brain machine that can perform that. Child-friendly procedures. We have the Children's Act in our laws, which really emphasizes protection of children within courts. For example, I am not supposed to hear a child's case when wearing a suit, right? I'm not supposed to hear a child's case in public. We are supposed to close ourselves somewhere, sit on a round table with Moira, the probation officer. The child will open up, right? So you have eased their participation. You've removed that barrier of fear, right? And enable them to participate. Priority hearing for urgent vulnerable cases. In our courts, we have a policy. There are places, when I came here, I was told the farthest place is Nyabishenya, Kulingo, Nyundo, those are the places. Yanamo, those are the places. So in our courts, when someone tells us they come from that place, hear their case first so that they go back home. Before I came here, I was working in a district called Namaimo. Namaimo is 75% water, 15% mainland. So our priority was people who come from the island, we had first. Whether you are a lawyer, like a medical doctor, you can wait to get to the other person first. So we remove that barrier. Pregnant women, we give them priority because we don't know what the person is going through. Maybe she has an appointment with a gynecologist, or she's not feeling well, she just needs rest. So we do not make court one of her problems. In fact, we make it one of her solutions. Accessible courtrooms. I already talked about rails, ramps. Your courtroom should not be upstairs. You say only the strong can reach me. If you can't, well. So we try to, and the judiciary has a policy. The new courts that are being constructed they are disability friendly. It is very easy for you to access them. So if it does not create special rights, it ensures equal employment rights. Right? Now, there are institutional barriers within our court systems that really affect our enjoyment of rights. Complex procedures. I am very sure not everyone here knows, actually most of us do not know the procedure of courts, right? So that is a barrier. If you just go to courts with your civil society background, that is the only thing you know, and then they will tell you, please keep quiet, sit down, address me as you worship. Please raise your hand, tell me this plate is not properly filed, you don't even know what filing means. Don't even know what a plate is. So the language is really complex there. The procedures are complex. Court delays. Someone will come like we are here. By the way, we've not left any work at court. So we not think they are litigants waiting for us. We've not left any work at court. We are in court vacation. But there are complex, there are delays in hearing cases. You know why? Sometimes manpower, we are few. You can imagine the whole of Toro district is served by 3 magistrates. Yes. And then we have 3 courts. So his worship is handling here in Kisoro town and all, Bunagana, I'm handling here in Kisoro town and Changa. So manpower, it is really hard for us to avoid that for me. There is limited legal aid. Our people, I hope one day I really pray, we have legal aid services given to our marginalized groups because they really need them. There are social barriers as well. We have poverty. That is a big elephant. We have illiteracy. We have a fear of authority. Someone fears to talk to you simply because you are a magistrate. You tell someone to enter your court, your chambers, they remove their shoes. Right? They remove their headdresses. Women, they remove their headdresses. I want you to look beautiful. Please, I want you to look beautiful. Come in with your headdress. Right? We have cultural discrimination. Recently, not here, in Busoko, where I used to work, a woman was beaten for going to court without the consent of her husband. And when he was arrested, the whole clan came, and their issue was, but this man was right. A woman cannot do anything without informing her husband. Why would she go in public to talk of courts, to report people without her husband's consent? So there are cultural barriers. Stigma. We have people who stigmatize victims, for instance, children who have been defiled. So all these things limit our access to justice. Physical barriers, distance from court. We just talked about all those places that are really hard to reach. Inaccessible buildings. Thankfully, our court building accessible both here in Chani, here in Solo, Chani, and Bunagana, they are all accessible. Lack of transport. Someone will tell you, am I able to bring witnesses because I did not have transport? And their case gets dies like that. So rights without access to rights is only on paper. They only stop there. So we look forward to something that looks like this, that all the barriers, one day all the barriers will collapse. Yeah? And women, men, the disabled, children, old, students, everyone can come to court in record time, get their judgment, go back home, be happy, live like they are. We look forward to that. Hopefully, it will come. Hopefully, that image will come to life. Right? So, how do we intend to do that? Simplifying filing procedures. When you come to court, there is someone who is ready to help you. Thankfully, here at Kisoro, our staff will really emphasize that, inculcated that in them. That alongside the duties they've been assigned to do, they should be people-centered. When someone comes in, they should not look lost, regardless of how lousy their document looks like. You can help and make it better. Interpreter services. Here we have interpreters. Thankfully, 90, if not 95% of people here speak to Korea, and our staff really help that. So it is not, language is not an issue for us. Sign language interpreters, we do not have sign language experts here. Hopefully, we shall get them, and people who need those services one day will be able to access them. Access to court facilities. Like I said, our court really helps us. Our court is okay. Child sensitive hearings, we have professional officers who help us in meeting that need. In-camera proceedings where appropriate. In-camera proceedings are private proceedings. Proceedings involving children, victims of sexual violence, victims of domestic violence. We emphasize that we should hear them in camera. Witness protection. We've not had an incident here where we have witness protection. Although, of course, some litigants come and say, my witnesses have refused to come because the accused's family told him, if you go to court, we shall deal with you. But it has not been at a big scale. Usually when it arises, call them, talk to them, and tell them the reason why you want them to court. Plain language explanations. We do not use jargons. that really tend to confuse our litigants and make us appear smart. We use simple language for them to understand. Flexible schedules. Someone can come to court and tell you their witnesses are still on the way. So we judicial officers in Kisoro and of course in Uganda, we do not insist, we do not say, I told you 9 a.m., it is 9:45, please go, it is past time. We tend to bend down and accommodate the priority hearing for vulnerable matters. I already talked about that. Children, breastfeeding mothers, pregnant mothers. You should also consider expectant fathers. So all that is intended to ensure meaningful participation without compromising fairness. Yeah. So yes, how do we protect marginalized groups? Children, the best interest principle. We emphasize in court that no matter the differences between you, the father, and the mother, we look out for the best interest of that child. Child-sensitive questions, you do not start asking questions like, what did he use to pay? But because of the results of the crime. For example, if you have been unfortunately raped, the likely victimization you're going to get is physical assault. But there is going to be some secondary victimization where you'll go back to your community and people start marginalizing you, they ridicule you because of what you like. There are some of the things that they go through. So we try to protect them from that. Privacy in sexual offenses, I already talked about that. Now for disabled, for people living with disability, reasonable accommodation, sign language, ramps and rails and all communication support, accessible facilities, then refugees and older persons, interpretation services, trauma-informed approaches, and expediting hearings for them. I have unfortunately lost 2 parties because of old age, right? Where the matter has dragged long and this person eventually dies because the case has not gone. So we try so much to avoid that. Where we have people of that nature, we try to expedite it so that if they are to die, they die with us. So our role as judicial officers should be to uphold impartiality, eliminate bias and stereotypes. When someone is testifying in court, whether what they have said is funny, don't laugh at them. Whether they are stammering in court, let them speak. Be patient as a judicial officer. Ensuring procedural fairness. Simply because someone was unable to attend court does not make them disorderly. Second chance, protecting vulnerable witnesses. If someone, we have instances, and I'm handling a case where a party told me that his witness is too old, she's 103 years old, she's unable to attend court, so said, we shall go and hear her from home. Flexibility, okay? Respecting the dignity of all court users. Just because you're up high, I think it will all be in court, right? Courts are designed to make judicial officers look like gods, look at them like this, right? So the issue is to respect the dignity. So because of our placement, we tend to look down. There is a temptation of looking down at people, try to make those subtle comments that tend to bring people down, try to avoid that. Giving reasoned judgments or rulings. You do not just say you are guilty. There has to be a reason, a proper, well-reasoned judgment. Explained, printed, and given a copy for someone to explain why you decided what you decided. Maintaining judicial independence. Simply because I am a Muslim doesn't mean all Muslims will win cases before me, or all Christians will win cases before me. I should be judicially independent. Simply because I am of a particular party doesn't mean people of another party should not do it. So the bottom line is judicial neutrality is compatible with the sensitivity to vulnerability. There are some challenges we face, and of course we are going to chart a way forward. There is case backlog, too much case backlog. We know what it means, too many cases. I already mapped out the problem for you guys to solve. We have limited resources. We are not rich enough to reach everywhere where necessary. If it allowed or permitted, we would be hearing cases from wherever people are. We have a few interpreters, people not really help us there. Inadequate infrastructure. Yeah, luckily enough, they are constructing a court in Fubugui, so we might have to deal with that once and for all. Limited legal aids. I appeal to you, civil society. If you can find us a partner who can provide legal aid, we shall be so happy. Because if sorrow here, it is bad, and I will keep emphasizing it. Low public legal awareness. People do not know the law, right? If we can find a way of rooting out ignorance, legal awareness, if someone does not even know that before entering an agreement, they need to put it down. Yeah, they will just come to you and say, we did this and there is no trace of it. So my recommendation is continuous judicial training aside, expanding legal aid, already talked about that, improving accessibility, strengthening case management, increased public legal education, running through this, enhancing collaboration with stakeholders. Conclusion. Justice requires both quality, equity. So it's right? But in the end, the goal should be breaking the barriers so that it's easy for all of us to access courts. Court processes should remove barriers to participation, procedural fairness, strengthen confidence in judiciary. Every judicial officer has a constitutional duty to protect rights of marginalized persons, and I make a personal commitment that I will do that. Okay? An inclusive justice system that strengthens the rule of law, right? Because we are a country that aspires to be ruled by the law. We aspire to have a rule of law, not ruled by law. We'll explain that later. So my takeaway from this is that justice is achieved not merely when the law is applied equally, but when every person has an equal opportunity to benefit from its protection. Maybe one day we shall not need to convene such things to talk about access to justice for vulnerable people, because the barriers have collapsed. Next slide.
I think his worship deserves a lot of attention. And when he was talking, I personally listened carefully because I'm a daughter of a magistrate.
Oh, my daughter.
Yes. So I was born in that line. And when you're talking, I started reflecting what it used to be to go through. And I remember at home, we never used to lie because we thought these people, they can even read what is in the heart. Because whenever you make a mistake, this man would look at you like this and you talk the truth immediately. So we thought that they would read, because how comes they would differentiate that this one is right and this one is wrong. So thank you very much. And one of the things I used to wonder is that these cases of children, how do they handle them? I would even ask him, how do you handle these cases? One time I also asked the state attorney, how do you manage the cases of children? Because you see, I'm coming from the other side of the civil society. I don't know what takes place in court. And slowly now I'm understanding how you break that barrier for the child to be protected and also to open up. If anyone that has a question to this, to understand fully, because after this, we are going for our best. Any question? Shall we?
I just wanted to supplement something small, then you can do the question. Thank you. Thank you very much. As if it's not, am I audible? Oh, okay. Thank you, Your Worship, for that precise and elaborate presentation. I think you've almost touched all the important and relevant legal parts that address the topic that were given today. Mine is a simple one. It is on the other side. We have had all these rights that the marginalized people are entitled to. But when we look back in the environment where we live, in our Uganda, we are like, but we need all these rights to exist, but how about what we see? It is something different. It's like these rights don't actually exist. And I think we owe you an explanation. What about that? We have all these rights, but still things are going the other wrong way. It is true, all these rights that His Worship has highlighted and elaborated, they are well provided for within our Constitution and those international instruments that I need not to restate. However, most of these rights, when we go in chapter 4 of our Constitution, there are over 23 articles that talk about these rights. However, it is unfortunate that out of all those 23, a few of them are non-delegate. All these other ones are not absolute. So meaning they might not be provided as we expected. And the Article 43 specifically, it puts a limitation that we have all these rights, yes, but they must be enjoyed in a certain manner. And also they have to conform with public interest. So the question is, who determines public interest? For example, we all know that people with disabilities, they're entitled to those facilities that would enable them to access public facilities. But are they there? No, they are not there. And we go to court and sue government. So it will come back to this limitation under Article 43 that whereas government strives to provide access and address those, but the Constitution also realizes that to get those facilities in place, you need the resources. So the resources that are available to government, now government prioritizes public interest. They will tell you, should we stop paying teachers? Should we stop paying doctors? So it is a question of advocacy for all of us to advocate, to talk to our representatives so that they prioritize the rights for marginalized groups. Otherwise, when these matters reach the sharing public interest, what appears to be public interest in the government might differ from what is public interest in our own eyes. Those of us who are championing the cause for marginalized groups. So it is a call to all of us that we need to champion and advocate for the marginalized so that their issues are looked at and prioritized as matters of public interest. Of interest here, I think we are in a region of Soro, where we have the common marginalized group that we all know of, the Batwa. Yeah, historically, what I know about the Batwa is that these are people who have traditionally lived in forests, for example, in wind. And that is their way of life. I am sure even when this constitution was being promulgated, when these environmental laws were being enacted, they found Batwa already living in these places. That was their way of life. So the most important question should be, yes, these are people living in protected areas, environmentally, because I know today we are talking on issues related to the environment. We know when we go by our constitution, no one is supposed to live in a protected area. For example, our forests. And here we have one of our groups that found themselves living in those areas so many years ago, before even they come into force. These laws are so they are protected under our laws, but you have to tread carefully because we have what we call customary land. And for you to be considered as a person who owns that customary land, you must have acquired it through norms and cultural practices that have been there from time immemorial and that are binding to that society. So a person will come and say, but staying in the forest is illegal, but it is debatable. When you say there is customary land and for them, for all their lives, they have lived in this place. When we go to qualify what is called customary land, to Batwa, that what you call protected forest, is their culture, customary land. So you cannot simply drive them from there. So the question is, can we apply equity? Yes, we know the environment is for the benefit of everyone, but this is their customary land, and Article 26 of the Constitution protects them. So before you move a person, first compensate them adequately. Then please make sure that they are not suffering out of your intervention to move them. But I'm glad I have not witnessed incidents where the government of Uganda, in a bid to relocate these people, has used force. Maybe you will educate me, but I think the government has been so careful. But to all of us, wherever we go, let's not look at these people and we begin condemning them that you're staying there, you're breaking the law, so and so. It is their customary land. So they need to be treated with dignity, carefully, and their interests must first be taken care of before you come up and start telling them that they are living there illegally. We cherish the environment, but also people who have of these resources needed to be handled properly. I'm glad our laws here in Uganda are very elaborate and they do address all the interests of the marginalized group. The Constitution, when you look at Chapter 4, from Article 22 to 41, it is so enriching that it touches all these aspects. All these international frameworks have been customized here in Uganda, but we are only lacking one thing. We may call it resources, because the government will always tell you we don't have resources. But when you look at, okay, where are your priorities? Where are you putting the resources? You're like, surely when we have people who don't have ABCD, but that's where the money is going. So it is a call to all of us that let's champion the rights of the marginalized group so that resources are availed and prioritized to meet the rights of the marginalized group. If we don't do that, we have the law, but also those who determine where to put the money, they are backed by this law. Because the law says public interest. So they will tell you, we are going to construct roads because to us that is what public interest is. So as community-based organizations, NGOs, our role is to make the rights of these marginalized people a priority and a matter of public interest, so that when resources are being apportioned, it is not pushed in the background as if it does not matter at all. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Your Worship, for that supplement. And I think people are getting it clear on the reason why we are here. So is there anyone that has a question or something to add on? Yes, please. We'll start with mine.
Thank you so much, the moderator. I wanted to ask, are we giving recommendations for the presentation now?
Responses. Yes.
No, I am asking, are we giving recommendation for the presentation that has been presented?
Yes, supplementing questions.
Questions and recommendation. Okay. I wanted to re-echo on His Worship Ivan's recommendation of public legal awareness. Without the legal awareness to our communities, of course, our communities cannot know what is happening and what the laws are saying about a particular thing. So I'm appealing to our partners, MDO, WWF, if they can set aside funds for public legal awareness, and specifically, our magistrates know better where the cases come from and what type of cases they receive in courts. I think this one would be best for them. If there is any fund for legal awareness, then it is channeled to them to do that activity for us. Then also the legal aid supports. Like His Worship said, very many cases have not taken off, or even have reached somewhere and you get stuck because of lack of legal aid services in Kisoro. I wish as partners would get you would get link up with legal aid, maybe in Kabale, and ensure that maybe they provide the services to the marginalized groups in Kisoro, because most of the cases have aborted, most of the cases have not taken up because of failure to have legal aid supports.
So, what are the kind of cases?
Land issues, probably. They may also have cases of some battered children, even adults, who have been gotten in the park. They enter the park illegally, but they would want representation and they fail to get, and yet those are cases that should be supported. They even have other cases. I think Your Worship and State, you can identify some cases that they may need legal aid support.
No, for me, I think if a legal aid organization is to be identified or to be incorporated, it should have.
Excuse me,
I think if a legal aid organization is to be incorporated or be identified, we need to have a key population in. And should be key population approach rather than a case approach. If, for example, the issue, our approach is to help the marginalized groups, the batwa, to identify legal aid services, then that organization should come in for that, right? That if a person, if a mutua is identified, it doesn't matter what kind of case they have, whether it be laws, whether it is what, just to help them access legal aid. Make it be a key population approach rather than an offense tackle.
Maybe for the have a partner in place, who is providing people that is doing the head. I think what we could do, how we can have one plan together with the board. Maybe we have them, they like, because they come here quarterly, then they have been trying to create masses. If we need now to go to court, it will be better, but we have now, legal aid services, organizations providing, they have money for, local plan. Or they are willing. All we need is to see how we can work together, then we change them, then yeah, nice, and other people, because they have not been targeted certain group, have been looking at the overall population.
It's a forum.
It's on.
Once again, this is the beginning of legal constitution. First of all, I want to thank everyone. To me, I actually made my day. The presentation was very good because I mentioned the water. The magistrate side works. And indeed, to me, that is, those are part of the value. So I am happy. I was asking myself, I was not going to ask questions because I have a lot of bias. But when you make a presentation, you simplify, maybe I say, there could be a breed of people maybe who are looking at this thing different. These are pretty. I have two issues. Now, she also raised part of it, but if we know that communication is justice, that picture you show, that's really speaks it all. But the law you are talking about is written in English. English is not an indigenous language of the land you were born, the way you look at it. Now, isn't that the first barrier? If these laws were formulated and written in a language that is not understood by people, for goodness sake, look, we go to school, we take some minimum 14 years studying English. 14. Now you come and you tell people that you know the thing is people don't understand it. Even the way you are writing those words, so I don't know that some of them are in French, even the English, I know. Relative. The way you now that whole thing is, I don't know whether it is intended to create a barrier so that creates a ground for corruption. I need to create a clarification. Number two, the issue of interests. I think when I look at the whole thing, the justice is in large. There is a saying one time, somebody had a cow, his neighbor stole it. But in the court, the one whose cow was stolen lost the case. Yes. Then he asked this man, he said, how you lost the case? Before he just a magistrate like it. He asked the neighbor, he said, my friend, are you sure the cow took? Even when I've lost the case, is it your cow? Meaning, I don't know how you understand that. Yes. Whether this thing of justice and law is right. Now, I give another example. Our Lord Jesus Christ. People, he lived with the people, they know he's not committing any sin, but they brought him to Pilate. I think Pilate was in this. Now, but just Pilate didn't see any, Jesus had not broken anything. But the interest said, just crucify him. Pilate took the interests of the people. Now, let me bring it down home. How do you now manage interests in our cases? Exactly.
Thank you. Are we going to react as a question comes, or we note them down, then we do at once? Okay, Richard, then Judith, and later William.
Thank you so much. Actually, when Ivan presented, I remember my last 2 weeks when I had
gone for law, and then I learned how to class. I had to go to another course. So I miss what I probably could have done, because I was admitted, then I learned from there. I went to another course. It's quite interesting. One is that I'm employing my colleagues, about I've actually released people for my last 16 years. I understand how really they suffer with legal issues, but I'm requesting especially Mitchell and Alice and the other colleague to take interest in the so-called third generation rights. Please, this is something that really can answer most of your questions. If it means scheduling some time visit here, because I know the issues, most of your issues like here. Number two, the so-called legal aid, Moira hinted on it, some hinted on it. These guys have been challenged and have challenges in this. They have been actually put on the walls because they cannot access the legal aid, especially when it comes to finance and other issues. It's good Sam is here. We always have the other meeting for NGOs that work with Batwa, where he is, she is. And now you have mentioned that there is someone supporting this. Can we in the next meeting see how we really tag this person to this? I know you're scheduling it, Sam. So please, let's emphasize that they benefit and then now they can go to this. And I hope this can have got a funder. Yes. And maybe we should admit the court also to be part of our coordination. Yes, and I know we are scheduling it soon. Yeah. I think those were the two, but the third one is kind of, I don't know that can be a disclaimer, but personal understanding by Mr. Bob. Matters many of us understand that these guys were staying in the forest. The research I have laid is that these guys were living adjacent to the parks, but depending on the parks for food, water, worshipping, and other things. It's not that definitely all their lives were depending from there, and therefore their rights were there. But some things at least we need to understand that. Because the last person I interviewed was Mzee Magaze, who was around. I worked with him in the trade. He said even him, by the time he was born, they were living adjacent, but depending on the park for everything. But this is not the subject, but just something that can always mind that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mine is related to that because I looked at the and the district country social. When his worship Bob tried to supplement on the presentation of the magistrate, I realized one day I was the case in court. Because I am in charge of the natural resources. And here he says that the marginalized or the virtual specific, if someone derived from the resource and live there and claims customary ownership, then from the big tricky. When the government has put into place a lot of the neighboring that will support my office to move the so I now feel I am at the crossroad. Yeah, because specifically what I'm saying is even Christine mentioned the rights of the battle that the interests are in. She mentioned the land rights, the cultural rights, education rights, and livelihood rights. And then I look at the rights. Many communities have gone to wetland, including the Batwa. Some of them are doing gold mining in the wetland, and we are saying we should not be there. And they claim to be customary owner. So that is the big challenge, and I want you to expound because I feel I'm now stuck, and I'm supposed to move people from the wetland. Yes. And ensure they don't encroach on any natural protected forest, or not even any natural forest estate. We want them as they are. So it's better you clear that and be able to know which paths to follow as you go. Okay, thank you, Judith, for your fear. I also had almost the same fear. Who is next? William has a mic.
By the body William, from Bata community.
And I have heard the magistrate what they have said, and I find that I am far away my thinking. First time we form a case, our lawyer, and the court started the constitutional court, and sometimes we had that we got award. After the eviction from the college, for us to increase it, the reason why we are evicted. But after some times, we had some information that we are evicted because of the issue, but there is some actions taking place for conservation. For us, we are not sensitized about conservation, that what is taking place. We started struggling totally because everything that we do have, we are in the forest. After eviction, no compensation. We started struggling because of diseases, because of lacking where to stay, no clothes, no food, no education. So much neglection, we are in society, we totally suffered. Why did the government not bother about our case after winning? What did the court do? What did this court say about our case after winning? That is the first question. I have another thinking of we back in the community where we stay. We normally have some coalition of the local people. You find someone who has stolen my vote. After knowing him, I don't have money. Give the police, go be arrested. Even if I try to do that in a community level, there is where we have to move to the second level. We talk, that person, how many words? Me, I have little words. They say that you have to go to the district level. Transport from the community level to the district level, it's hard for me. And I said, I can't continue. I leave them. So when I leave, how can I know another way to push my case so that I can reach in a district until I reach to the court, the market? That's another question. And another thing, we back in the community. Many of us, we don't know English. And if I am speaking English, I'm the only one in the community. Yes. But there is other people who are suffering there, many of them. We don't have the representatives about these meetings like this. We don't know how we can be access to the roles of the court. We don't have radios. You normally announce, but we don't normally hear because we are lacking information, communication. So how can we access the information of the courts? Sometimes the courts normally attend. We don't have transport, or we don't know the days of the courts where when they see it. We know we can normally come to hear the courts and we learn something about the courts. And we learn how our cases normally be stopped from the way when we are heading to the court. So thank you very much for your interest for the presentation. I wish success.
Thank you. And just there is another
so much. I'm listening from Batwa community. Mine is about the recent case we have. I think everyone knows this lady whom they have murdered, Brenda. Mine, I would like you to help us so that we can get the legal service so that this person who killed her can be punished. Thank you. She was left and then after using her, they inserted this in her private funds.
How far have we gone? Yes,
Thank you so much, organizers. Everybody. Today is my own birthday. 1 month. It's so. I've made 1 month here. And I'm grateful on my own behalf to meet the team before me, the worship, the afternoon, my senior mentor, Mr. Sam. I'm very grateful to the chairperson of the upper community and everyone. You know, I was very worried for a long time in justice provision, justice services, move an hour waiting, no one has mentioned about police. But when the chairman was here and said, my neighbor said, the team of worship, I have got it. Now I was like, the worship are at God. You know, just to say that police are important. Because I must admit that the process of being served with justice begins with police. The handling of marginalized community, right? The victims of where the children all begin with us. When I was introducing myself, I said I'm a social worker. And he mentored me quite a lot in Red Cross. That man said, from the doing of it. Okay. Yes. And I also forget that when we are dealing with victims, we are also keen and careful. And because I am the victims of children, the marginalized team, begin with that. We interact with them when their wounds are fresh. I don't think we wish to discuss the case you are mentioning, but it is torturing to look at the scene and see what you are talking about. The people on the council say, an issue which is in the court, we don't discuss it. But for some community here, it is sad when you meet the victims when the scenes are fresh. So as we plan for population, this police don't need time. And your worship, people call us at least I come on and I'm the guy. Both. I gave you the knowledge and I also gave what to do to my people. Then maybe I would also say all of us. It is our right by nature to enjoy our rights. God isn't. But every right has an obligation. Every right has an obligation. Sure. As we enjoy our rights, as we say we are marginalized, but we also have the part to play. Civil chairman, of course, I have been running killers in 1 month's poll here. The marginalized team. We have a challenge where you establish shelters. The people that are not entitled to are also hiding there. They commit a crime, run into your shelter, we shall say, these are people the chairman. So you from here, I want to bring up some group. Let us see how to support each other. It becomes a shame when you say you come to us as police and we say that bring fuel. All departments of police get fuel. Too much fuel. Yes. Too much airtime. As let me give you an example. My officers, office in charge, I received 30,000 minutes on my phone. I have 3 lines. No, I'm not trying you. So for any reason, when you call me, I may not give an mic and excuse. I may not give an excuse. And with police, there's something interesting. If you call me, but someone is at danger, and I don't respond, when the state is preferring charge, I will be suspect number 1. They will say, why you called and you didn't respond? Then the one who committed the crime comes number 2. But as you said, sometimes we don't have all that information. And I conclude saying, I'm very happy. And seeing the worship as you have been praying, let us share. Because I don't want to admit it, but I looked literate when I could not understand the difference between equity and equality. And yet what he was teaching me that sometimes one of our principles was equality, as the principles of the Red Cross. When we asked equity and equality, I might get them until when you up to me. So I will beg that you don't forget to share with us. Thank you so much.
I think we are going to take her at the last one, then we'll respond.
Thank you very much for your talking, the one who have spoken. From Gerard or change constituents.
Ibyo turiho ejo mwatwereka ngo kira munonga murena kugamba ariko sirene bw'umuryango w'abatwa imibereho yacu nangwa se kuko turakira guhohoterwa.
So today too much spoken. We have seen that we are going to talk about the battle, like how we stay and how we stay.
Konga kukira munonga inywe kuko nayitegereza nangwa se kabagambyi barugaho n'ibyo barangiza kugamba. Twasanga nk'umuryango w'abatwa tucari kure kandi ariho twanabonabona.
Like me, how I have seen the way you have talked and how I have it, I find that we are still far and we are still continuing struggle.
Abo kuba nkatwe turagira guhohoterwa munonga ugasanga kuna bugana impanuka nangwa se ngahohoterwa nabitwara mu buyobozi usanga uwambohotera afite isende kunsumba kandi nyine nkanze n'abatafite nk'izo sende zo kugira ngo nanjye ndahereza ubuyobozi ugasanga umusango rwanjye rwakora ikigwani bafite.
Like many times we look back, we normally say abuse. Like me, when I abuse it, you find the person who abused me. I am not able.
Kandi
I am not able to go to the court or to put him for arrest because of lack of enough money. So we find that they have constantly lived in case.
Kandi gukira mu myonga urasanga hitwa nk'umuryango w'abatwa hagira ngo ikibazo cyatubaho usange kira munonga bari kwasa tongo sitsa ubudu kandi ubudu iyi ni gisinzwe gukora kandi kitasinzwe kuba yakora.
Many times we have got some cases, we find many people they are saying about Obudu, they want to solve those problems of the cases. And yet the Obudu is there is some things to work upon and the other things which they are not supposed to work upon.
Kuba kira munonga nyine kuvuga mu makuru kugatari bamwe na bamwe ine community irabine ubuyobozi bw'ubundi akabaho community irabine ubuyobozi burakunda enguzi.
Like we are in different communities. You find there is some community where the leadership of the communities or of the villages up to the council, and you find the other communities. There are some people who write the money, and you find in my cases in not penetrating to the court because of some people who are taking money off.
Kira mulonga nyingito nyine kuona buzanga abantu byana ngo se ari wa polisi umugaso gwabo ubwo baratira kuvuga ngo hagira icaraho tugambe bafita ngo umuntu nabo hakagira ibindi bintu bayiba batumaho polisi iraretembwa kandi imbwa zabo bakazitureninga kumenya ngo zarabazi gakora iki zigashorera ha muryango kurano ubu ngo uwo muntu uraba wakora isongi.
Now I have a question to the police. If they normally say that they have some dogs which are trained to know the person who have made a mistake, and when they take the dog, those strictly all straight to the person, the place of the person who have made a mistake, and
cyatubayeho nyine bitwe nk'umuryango w'abatwa kandi cyatubabaza konka nubwo cyatubabaza amikoro gacu bw'abatwa bwatubera make ntabwo kube ziriho polisi ikaza bukimbiri hari umuntu wo bishe konka ko bamaze kumwica bageze nyuma babantu imbwa iraza yitorora umuryango w'abatwa ihagira n'umwe yabona ko bamaze kwitorora bageze nyuma y'ambwa yafata umuhanda yagenda yagira aho yaja mu baturage yafata y'abantu babiri ko bamaze gufata y'abantu babiri eco mubabaro baragenda bikikana b'abantu ka polisi yagiye gufata abantu ko bamaze kubatugira isende bamaze kuzibahereza kuko babuze umuraho ko kuvuga ngo nikigera ku polisi turanzura y'iki bo baraza bafata abantu babiri bababwirira ngo nibo bishe umuntu babatwara mu gihome babandi bishe umuntu babasiga abwisende zo bari bafite bari bamaze kubahereza icyo umuryango w'abatwa cyatubabana.
One time we were at the captain, someone was killed by the local people, and the police saw the dog. The dog.
Just a minute. Can I assume that you are not you are thinking that what she said? Then don't. Then summarizing isaza cyayizageze sizafata then ibindi turabyongeraho turi hanze.
Okay. None nyine ko byageze nyuma bageze nyuma bakora iki turabareka barabatwara ko bamaze kubazana tuza ku polisi ari umunsi wo kuwa mbere tuza kubaza ko dufite abasibe baraha kandi bahuye n'impanuka imeze gutya na gutya bite ko twageze mu ofisi y'ubwishingizi baratubwira ngo tuba turashashura miliyoni 20. Twababwira ati twe kugira dushashure miliyoni 20 mu kintu cyo tutazi Imana yabiri kureba ngo hino umusango ubwo base gukora bwo kumenya isezerano cy'umuryango w'abatwa bakomwe itegeko ribakomye kandi iyo bazi ngo bari kuzinjira akarengane ruhanga we ababuranire azabakiranire ubwo musango bafata umwanya twakora iki twata none polisi ko yageze nyuma yarageze nyuma nyine ikareba ati wenda batwabasigaye ikiwanyu mu buryo butari bwo polisi nkuru ko yagiye gucondoza n'umucondozi bw'abana n'ubuzurizi bwabo bari guhereza basanga batafite umusango bakora iki babarekura ariko ndashima Imana kubwo nyine ngo iyo ugira ngo babaye ari abantu batazi kwihozaho nangwa se n'Imana itabibemo n'ubu kuri basibwe kandi basibiwe ubusa kandi abakoze icyaha bakoze iki bari gushaka noneho naza kureba nayitegeza nagira ngo uzaguma ari umukene azaguma arapfa nk'umukene kandi umugenga akora iki anagende nk'umugenga ibindi tubongeraho twaheza kunywa cyayi niyo bari
Wakoze cyane. On the last bit of it, she's saying that they had a case, and that case was taken to police, and where I think they were asked some money, which 20 million, which they couldn't afford to pay. And they said instead of paying this loan, this money, would rather go and now seek God help us out of this. But later on, it's like police realized that they were innocent, if I picked it well, and they were released. So she's appealing like, how can they be helped to go through cases, to remove the barriers, as his lordship said.
But we had another one, in summary. There's something of interest that I picked from her. She said that whenever they have issues as Batwa, whichever institution they approach, they are referred back that go to our mother institution, which is something really that we need to critically understand. Instead of being given the first hand service, it's about that go to your mother organization. And it is, I think I've realized it happens sometimes.
Yeah, there is a comment online from Silver works with WWF. He's saying greetings to you all and thank you for the discussions and presentations. I propose moving forward a district network action plan to capture these good recommendations to support the indigenous groups and people aligned to nature-based solutions, rights, and inclusive conservation. So that's what Silver is commenting right now. And I think he's hearing now. We thank you, Silver, and the team of WWF for supporting the district Batwa coordination meeting, which now is attracting the judiciary and police to be part of the committee. And I think also the DCDO has taken it up, because 2 days back we are planning to have that district coordination meeting, which URP as a hub, supported by the WWF, that we are going to support. So it's already midday. I don't know how the time is running. And when you find that time is running, you know that what you are in is very, very key and very interesting, and everybody is alert. Before tea, we are going to have a group photo, but I need the audience to guide me, because these questions, these comments, people need to hear and get responses. Are we suggesting that we go through responses right now? Or we first go for the group photo, have tea, and enter into the responses? I need to be guided.
So this could have working team.
Alice is saying yes. Yes, Alice? Yes. What do you think? Sorry, go for the group photo. Okay. So can we go for the group photo? Yes. When we come back, pick a cup of tea, sit with it, and we continue. And also water is on the back as one of the policies. We are plastic policy when you are working with us. And also please take it also that let us reduce on this plastic. So water is in the dispenser shall be taken and feel free to keep your comments. People online, we are going for break tea, we are going for photo, and we shall continue. We shall have our 50. Thank you very much. I think the moderator is done now.
Asante sana. Nyongeza tena.
The group photo is just outside here.
Yes.
Because we need. The discussion should have continued.
I'm serious.
But the play music can't play. You press that. You can play. It is playing online. It is playing online.
You can keep music. That's over. And we don't have a boy and keep your back match. Only a class.
You get a chance.
Of what?
You get for me. Thank you, women.
I said I still.
God, when is going to bless you, pass it to a woman.
But the sound is from online. People are online and the one who is hearing the sound. But for you can't.
Thank you. I'll begin with the concern raised by the district natural resources office. Regarding environmental protection vis-a-vis ownership, how it is. I was not speaking from facts when I said, but why you lived in the forest. I've not been there, but that's what I've heard. So I have also, in addressing that, I've also touched on the concern raised by this gentleman that they were the case as Bakwa against the government to do with the forest, but they don't know how far. They have not seen the fruits of their judgment. Okay, we don't know what those fruits of that judgment are. It is interesting that a person has to follow up, get a copy of that judgment and know what were the court orders that the court made in favor of Batwa, so that we evaluate whether you have benefited from those orders or there is action that needs to be taken. It is a point of concern. We said, I've heard that there is a legal aid project component in this to be an interesting thing for that person charged with legal aid of the marginalized group. Follow up with that case and see if we can get a copy of the judgment and how we can be held to benefit from the fruits of that judgment. Issues of ownership of land, they are matters of evidence. We cannot say that the Batwa are owners of these forests or the wetlands. If there is someone else claiming they are for government. So there are those are two positions. Government is saying it's ours, maybe they were saying it's ours. So the best practice will be, let the matter go to court and let the court decide who the true owner of that piece of land is. But just on assumption, if it is true that the Batwa are the ones who have been living in a specific area, not necessarily in the forest. They've lived there for time immemorial. They are customary owners in the law when that evidence comes up. So, whatever we say here, when it comes to court, it becomes a matter of evidence. It is not a matter of assumption. Yes, so no one misquote me here. But if at all the Batwa feel that they own a certain chunk of land as a marginalized group, it is important that they fight for that right. They be heard and the decision be made. Because that's why we are here. Right, so marginalized groups. Okay, so don't sit there and begin crying. No. If you come to court, we are open. We shall register your case, we shall hear the evidence, we shall decide based on the evidence that you bring. But even if you are not registered, even if you don't have land titles, I was saying if you have lived in an area for time immemorial, the law would qualify you as a customary owner of that piece of land where you have been. So it is not a requirement that you must only come to court when you have a land title. Now to the district natural resources officer, even if the person is an owner of a piece of land, the Constitution, the Land Act, the Physical Planning Act, they dictate that they use the manner in which you use that piece of land has to be controlled and regulated by government. such that you are only conducting activities on that piece of land which are in tandem and conform to the environmental protection requirements of that country. So ownership does not mean that you use the land the way you want, simply because you are an owner. So the district natural resources officer, the law does not tie your hands that you cannot interfere with an owner of land on how they use their land. Because remember, this constitution provides that every person has a right to a health and clean environment. So that right, it cuts across. Okay? And we told you that these rights are not absolute. Just because you are a land owner, you say, I must use it without anyone talking to me. Remember, there are rights. Other people also need to live in a health and safe, clean environment. So you must use your land that you own in accordance with the law, so that other people who may be affected by your acts are protected. That's why these rights are not absolute, apart from only about 4 rights: the right to a fair hearing, the right to habeas corpus, the right against slavery and substitute. Those are the ones where no one can touch. But these other ones, even when you own land, government can come and compulsorily take it away from you, but it must first pay you. But you cannot say government can't take it. So the district natural resources officer, you still can act within the provisions of the law, protect and safeguard the environment, even when people own that piece of land. A gentleman asked, why is the law written in English? Why can't it be put in our local languages? Yeah, it is something to advocate for, so that people can access it and really it increases access to justice. I think we need support to champion that and advocate for that. Then the same gentleman raised the concern that a person went to court, his cow had been stolen, but he ended up losing. Yet he had actually lost that cow to that person who was accusing. In court, I am assuming that was a criminal matter. State will talk about that, but in the criminal matters, the burden of proof is very, very high. It is beyond reasonable doubt. Beyond reasonable doubt. So the problem with our people is that they are good at reporting, but they are not good on coming to court as witnesses. Your cow might have been stolen. The person who saw the person stealing, you don't bring him to court. Yet you were not there, you were told by someone. So for you, the owner of the cow, you come to court to testify, you tell court, yeah, I was in Kampala, I was called, my cow was stolen, I was told by A, B, C, D, now I am here. But the one who told you you don't bring him to court, you are going to lose that case, because that is hearsay. For you, you were not there. So you need to learn a culture of encouraging our people to always come to court to testify. We dismiss most cases because credible witnesses are not coming. People even fear court, by the way. They are like, for me, I come to testify in court, I will not come. But I want you to know this, that as judicial officers, we have a duty to protect witnesses. I will not allow a witness to be intimidated in court. And even when a witness tells me, I'm scared, I cannot speak among these people, and it is brought to our attention, we can even hear the matter from chambers in the interest of justice. Because we have a section of the law that says the court can always make decisions, it is unhindered in the interest of justice. That is section 98 of the Civil Procedure Act. We have inherent powers, depending on every circumstance of the case, ensure justice is served. Yes, then the lady here raised the concern that as Batwa, they are poor and most especially the rich use their money to make sure for them they don't get justice. Yeah, that assertion is sometimes true, but do not be deceived. Since most people come on the ground and lie to you that if you don't have money, your case cannot be heard or you cannot get justice. I can assure you, when you have a case, what is important, make sure you come to court as a witness and you tell your story to court. And also, when you have a case, don't rely when they tell you your case has gone to court, if it is a police case. Don't rely to keep getting information from the police officer who helped you. Go to court and get information from court. Because sometimes these police officers may not give you the feedback that the case is coming on Thursday. The case will continue coming. We call the person complaining does not come. We dismiss the case. The person we've been holding the person in the cells, in prison. After 2 months, you hear the person is back home free. But when you come in our files, you'll find that we've been calling this file, it has come up 5 times. The person who is complaining has never come to court. So please encourage and sensitize your communities that the moment you have a case that has gone to police, go to the office of the state attorney, go to court. The moment they tell you the case has gone to court, you don't need to ask anyone. Come to court and say, I was accusing someone is called so and so. I had the case came to court. Because we have, when you come to court, we have the reception or the registry. They will tell you. And you have also seen us. So I want to see his worship Asime Buba. I want to see his worship Ivan Busurwa. I have a matter of concern. Insist. Insist. Even when the clerks do like this, and you see me coming in the morning, you are there early morning, I have parked my car, immediately come to me and say, I have this concern. So you cannot say that you can fail to access us. Once you go there early, you will see him come, you will see me come. If they have frustrated you from seeing us, the moment I'm walking there, say, excuse me, sir. Then you tell me, I have this concern. Then I'll listen. Yes, so don't be misled. Make sure you are following up your matters, because you are dismissing most of them, because you are not carrying. But the moment you reach court, that issue of money is not there. For us, we are looking for the truth. We are looking for evidence. In court before us, we are not looking for who has money, who doesn't have money. Actually, when I look at so many cases, actually I see even those. To me, actually, when you go in its sorrows, when you make your research, many people who are not represented before me have won cases. They have beaten lawyers. Because I make sure that even when you are not represented, your truth comes out. And no one, I will not allow anyone to gag you. I will give you an opportunity, you bring your witnesses, I help you, you present whatever you have. So please, make use of us and know the moment you get in court, even if someone wants to shut you down when you are in court and you have something you want to say, put your hand up. The magistrate will see you. You say, why are you putting your hand up? You say, sir, you tell us what your issues are in court. So even when you can't access me, sit in court. The moment I come in court, put your hand up, leave it there. I'll say, what's wrong with that man? Please, what's the issue? Then you'll tell me, and I'll address your concerns. Okay, then we also have the law that provides for people who are poor. People who are poor, you see, to file a case in court, you pay some court fees, which is a small amount, by the way. But the law also provides for those who cannot afford to pay court fees. Says those people can register for free, but you must satisfy me that you are poor, you can't even pay court fees. Otherwise, when you don't, everyone will be coming and saying, I'm too poor. But in those communities, the marginalized communities, yes, when you come, you tell us your background, we ask you questions, you can satisfy court, we can advise you, you can satisfy court, and we remove the requirement for you to pay court fees. And we advise you on how you can go about your case. Okay, thank you. I'll leave His Worship Ivan to, yes.
Thank you so much, His Worship.
Yes.
They must be hearing.
I'm hearing you. Oh, the other side, eh? Okay.
Before you came,
yes,
we had a prayer. Based on the discussion, we've got access to the court, being tossed back to go to Ubuntu, and then the information between. We're making a request, based on your guidance. Can we have a desk like it is, borrowing experience from the health sector, where they have a desk for that? And that also apply to court.
Thank you very much. That is a very good initiative. I think as court, we always have district coordination committees, DCC. I think me and His Worship Ivan, we have picked that information. In this district coordination committee, I think we always have this committee, rather the probation, we have the police. So I am encouraging, we have the state attorneys, all the district departments, the district community development officer, the office of the CAL. Now, I'm requesting those who sit on the district coordination committee for court, DCC, district court. So let us raise this issue, we minute it so that we implement it. Because these initiatives that help us deliver justice, that is why we have the DCC. So we make resolutions and we implement them. It is a simple thing to do. We can designate an officer, but let it come in our DCC, we make a minute for it, there it will be sealed and done. And I don't see any hindrance why it won't be done. But let it come in that meeting. Thank you very much. I hand over to His Worship Ivan to address any other remaining concerns. And I also request you allow me go. Yes. Otherwise, have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Worship. I think he has addressed almost everything, except I want to make just a few additions. On the issue of language, the initiatives that need to be made would be in terms of dissemination of the law, where people, if you're talking about penal order, we should have a Chifumbira version. We should have a Chifumbira version where someone can know what the law is talking about in theirs. But we should also be mindful of the facts that merely speaking the language does not exactly translate into reading. Right? So we should also factor that in. So what is the solution for that? The solution, in my view, is sensitization. I emphasize this sensitization. The judiciary has a policy that before a judicial officer is that embarks on hearing a matter, he spares a few minutes to sensitize people. But that is on court procedure, not on the substantive law. For example, I cannot come to court before hearing a matter and I start telling you what amounts to murder. It will be off topic. It's on procedure. When you come to court, this is what you do, this is how you address everyone. It's purely on procedure. But the substantive bit of the law is outside there. So I request you, if you can do for me just one thing, just help me with sensitization. A sensitized, empowered community is very easy to deal with. I have testimonies on this I don't know whether you, someone told you she works with YSA facility. I don't know whether YSA is in terms of is YSA a geographical undertone, right? Thank you. So in my civil society, one of the areas I worked in was WISE, Chimumbaza. We used to go there and sensitize people. I want to assure you, those people know their rights. They know their rights. When someone enters court, they know the map, how they know the state they are at, where they are headed, and how things are going to end, because they are empowered. Our people here are not empowered. Now, on the text and on the usage of English in courts, unfortunately, Uganda, unlike other countries, talk of Rwanda, Kenya, Tanzania, and others, we do not have a national language. I don't know whether that keeps you awake at night. It is very painful that our Article 6 of the Constitution instructs us to use English as our national language. I mean, that is, I'm sorry to use this word, but that sounds bogus to me. It is a bit bogus, right? We should have a language that identifies us, a language we can use, a language anyone can understand. Because in Kenya, for instance, you don't need to have gone to school to speak Kiswahili, right? So that is something for us to consider. We use English because that is what unites us. If I come from Arua and I come to work in Soro, I can easily catch up with the court proceedings. The other issue I want to talk about is he gave us the example of Pilate in the Bible, where Pilate went with the flow, that people wanted Jesus killed and he had no choice. He forgot to say he washed his hands, right? Now, religious philosophers interpret that as a cowardly conduct, right? It was cowardly of him. It is like he gave up on instinct, because as a leader, you are supposed to stand for the truth. If you are put in power to decide who is right and who is wrong, if the evidence is clear, you don't need to go with the flow. We face this daily in court, where you read judgments and more than half of the court is in shock. How is that man innocent? Right? So for me personally, this is how I view justice. To me, justice is the shield between the oppressor and the oppressed. It is not true that the oppressed is usually the accused. Unfortunately, the narrative is like that, that once they bring you to court for murder, rape, defilement, whatever the case, you are the oppressor. You could be the oppressed. The evidence might not be there. The evidence might be there, but it is too weak to have you convicted. So mine is to stand in the middle. Regardless of whether everyone thinks you did it, my role is to ensure that if you did it, I decide that you did it. If you didn't do it, I decide that you didn't do it. Our take home, let us go back and review that Okero case. That will give us a clear example. People were so annoyed that he would be given order, that he would be able to speak, explain himself. But that is how, yes, to sit down when he felt tired. But those are the rigors of court. If we are to deliver justice, it should be a safe, calm environment, something like this, such that when someone gets out, they know they've been convicted by a friend, right? That is what I encourage. And sometimes these people will convict and send to prison. They return and say, you helped me. You helped me because the process was really friendly and you made sure that whatever happened in court was for their benefit. Lastly, the case of Ward, I picked interest in that case. Why did I pick interest in it? That was the very first case on litigation of indigenous rights in Uganda. I don't know whether we know that. I think we need to Oh, yeah, something like that, yes. That was the very first time we had litigation on indigenous rights. And that case spelled out whatever, actually it gave us the basis of whatever we are relying on to advocate for rights of indigenous people. A brief background. The question of the Batwa, the non-Batwas and people who do not live in the southwestern part of the country, we didn't know what even the word Batwa means. Until 2011, when that case was instituted in court. Sorry, 2013, thank you. 2013, when that case was instituted in court. That is when the conversation started becoming rife, right? And it is because of that that the Benet also picked, the Benet of Elgon, that they picked momentum. They also went and advanced their rights. We started now hearing of other groups, the IC, the KPF, etc. It was because of that case. Now, what were the implications of that case? That was your interest. So among other rulings the court made was that when you look at Article 32 of the Constitution, Article 32 allows for positive discrimination, affirmative action. Okay? I think most of us, when we hear that word affirmative action, our minds sprint to women, right? But affirmative action is in terms of age, in terms of disability, in terms of gender. Now the court added in terms of indigeneity, indigenous community, the Batwa, the Tepeth, the Ik. So it says that government has a duty to make sure that those people are brought, they are affirmatively treated, to make sure that they are brought up to speed, for lack of a better word, right? Because the result was they were displaced without adequate compensation. And that is, I'm briefly touching on what his worship was saying, that the fact that you own land does not mean it is yours, right? You are holding it, but subject to some obligations. That if you are owning, if you are staying in a natural, in a reserved area, because in that case, the issues, there were 3 areas. There was Ichura, there was Windi, there was Ngahinga, right? So the government just pulled them out without adequate compensation. So it made it a duty that before you pull those people out, you first of all have to ensure that if you do not have an alternative place for them, you at least adequately compensate them to make sure that they can fend for themselves. Has it been done? That is a question of advocacy. This is what we need to push for, right? Because that is a fair result. Court has already pronounced itself. There is no going back. Ours is to ensure that we push for that so that we achieve it. Thank you so much.
I think they have really tried to explain. And I think you have something to add.
Thank you so much. Your worship and their team. No, mine was the issue was really it was a bit specific about the canine, the dog. Extortion. There were 2 issues, dog and extortion. The terms of the first after the very beginning, where I would say that the evidence from the dog is not final, not substantial, is not final, not conclusive. And when you check a time, because wow, what could you have more? Mungu nyingi tulishangi. Sasa kuza ambao akili wao kompiti tulisna na ndugu vitu tu akishangayo hadi kwa tatu na okubyanye to asitato. Sitato la jambo la mushango nimetauchi sitaro mushango. This specific file will be protected.
Not in these photos, so you will take mine for accountability, not when I'm talking.
But hamwe one day. And we are quite a coincidence. When we come from the scene of crime, it takes you to the people. Now, but the law guides us that, for example, if one is being taken on murder participation, what role will that person do? What was the intent? I'm also liking some people. So, this is why, at the end of the day, with the guidance of DPP, the innocent people who someone I put in court was trying to get 20 million from you, not one never paid it, two, the people were reading. Maybe if I would ask later, those people who at first one wanted 20 millions and they were released, they said that will be happening later. But on that issue, I would wish to inform the public and inform court. We have realized that we are broken. They are broken at court. They are broken at court. They are broken at police. Someone will come to my office and say, "Oh, you're welcome to this place." He will go out and say, "Osi has said that he needs 1 million." Today we are encouraged on open door policy. We are encouraged on open door policy. Kugira ngo hatagira umuntu wakugira ngo uniza kugambira na bose yeye twegambiranye unakugira ngo umutwaro nyuma kwa miliyoni wavuga ngo buzima torasha ngesenge kuko utari kugira ngo ukasoma umuntu so nishaka kugira ngo twena twatanga kwatagana turwane kurwanisa brokers. Brokers are sometimes we come with the lawyers. Na real estate, cara, só que não é aqui, adiante mesmo nele. Está direito, I am happy na shemero durante abakuru bakirebe. We are police. Ono kora okareba mutari tegereza ngani. The door to the DPC is open, the door to me is open. Police we must work with the public. Of course, we are in terms of creating work, so work together. So now we shall go case we are at specific day and matter. And the two people with her guidance, now the chamada whom show this never attend to back. I was also here. It was ugly. It was ugly. Now, in Shabbat, community a violent, it requires direct to us. So the community, a cabana Rushanum, Amateko Mungaro, Umuramuzi, no ability to attack a show of Jangovatera correction, but me. So, both suspects come into what they one of my books in my intro. But when I move up, we meet by stone. But you stood him to as well, my data, I'm a data of the world. Why? Umutume kwa ya kurushangu. Umutume ya kwa ya kurati ya kurushangu. Tuine bugane. Bugone wa mteromsha ahabwaje. Aba mateka umuramuzi na n'umuhabi wa government. Ine ebigendererwaho. Ebigendererwaho bari kwemereraho cyo n'umushango. Rwanda bagira ngo kuko ashuri tuguye bwaguru. Aba nafato umuntu wa isomo.
Mtaka mtulewa umuhawe wa gavumenti. Yateka kubanza bamukenera bagihugu barikengwe. Kashazengwe. Eki arikuza kachikora kigenderengwe. Bakora ki? Bamutwara. Now, a court and DPP, we have a lot of trouble. Whereby the community needs to be sensitized more to the statements of service delivery. There are such as justice delivery. When you quote them, why you get to a state? Let us get more information and what you do. They police are growing. God is on call. Give worship, but I get a Ngoku mustahili mshtaruku polisi yangu yako. Sitawishi kuwa mgamba na jurugo. You are saying that you are on vacation. Kwa nini vacation? Ndio ndio kuja abantu tuweza huko tuita wazi. Inakuwa hii. Let me rectify. Let me just make a but if I conclude and be right. I encourage you. Ekiri ky'omuda twawonana twamanyana kunange nandisamana agataho omunda nanyindeshagama muri mutima ndi omuntu kandi murebe ntakenyero polisi ekigakora n'abantu tugakora okuhumuriza ibawukutikurayi yade nimba inyambuzo osana atari kakirimu. Thank you so much.
Oh. Thank you very much. We'll clarify on that.
Yeah. We are in a vacation, but not in criminal cases. Criminal cases have no vacation. We work from 1st January to 1st January. So it is only for civil cases.
Yes. Thank you. The last one, I still have something.
Yeah, thank you very much for the comments. My name is Mitchell. I'm a from Lahinga, and we will try to contest to be a assistant counselor in the Source Parish. I wanted to comment about our rights, where we have the challenges our side, not on our side of Kabel, but in parts where the communities where we are living. It's our side in the Hinga. There are some but have killed 2 sides of Kanyamichingi were killed, but the challenge came where the police came with that incident. And we tried to follow those people who killed those children. But the challenge, the police of that side actually helped us with that case so that we can follow those people including those children. Another thing, we have an animal who killed the woman who's called Spider from my community. Those are the chairman of the community. And that animal already is in prison. But the challenge we have, I don't know who is supposed to inform the complainants or the witnesses to go to witness that case. Until now, I think 7 months has passed. Don't know where the case has been reached. So we have other 2 but 1. They are in a prison also. And for them, they are, of course, they are suspects. But you wanted to also, like for us as a chairman, chairman of the communities, it is also good to give us a call to Manchester's people, the patrons, can help us, giving us as elders of the platform to know what we receive. So otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank Paris and then managing to the 16 minutes or something.
Okay, mine is about coming through the case of bridge two. After warning the case, the government talked with them, they appealed the constitutional court. The matter they also cross-appealed. So the case is still in the constitutional court and we are still waiting the judgment. Thank you, Harris, for that clarity. And I think this session is up all this time has taken. And I also agree that really the way I'm seeing the trend, sensitization is key. Because there is a time when we had a lot of human wildlife conflicts around the and we were supported by the Good for sensitization meetings on the Wildlife Act 2019. Richard, we did it. We went through the radios, we engaged the local government, we engaged UA, we engaged everyone, and the communities heard, and they were shocked with what was coming out. Because they prophesied that they testified that they never knew that even that is legal. And for the first time in that period, we saw the buffalo coming out of Muganinga, going near the church, the communities. And now the communities are falling for come and help and send it back. But without that sensitization, the buffalo would have died in the community. I'm seeing that most of us don't know what it takes to support the laws. I think sensitization is very key. And once people know, I think let's listen to that. Thank you very much. We are going into another session. Presentation by the state attorney. Ellen, I think you can come and share your presentation so that I get more light on what you get. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you for your participation. Speakers. I think after a serious great tea, just people need to stretch a bit before my session begins. For those days. So can lead us in a simple stretch exercise. William. Okay.
No,
come this way.
Meanwhile, as he prepares, meanwhile, as he prepares, those who subscribe to our diocese or congratulations to the new.
We have a new bishop.
Okay.
Yeah. And you project him. Project him.
Sharing my eye. So now we are going to stretch our body so that you can do what? You do like this. Just do like this.
Can you go down?
Do like this. Forward.
Yeah.
You will feel in your joints of the arms. When you have body coming, you will feel arms in your joints. Follow your friends. When you have already come. Do like this.
Right.
Thank you for your action.
Thank you.
so much. Invite everyone to the exercise. Once again, I'm Erin Nambi, Tony. What I'm going to discuss has pretty much some of it been discussed already by his worship, Ivan. So my slides look like lots, but you'll bear with me. I'll try to summarize them. Next slide. Well, before I proceed, some of you hear the word state attorney, you wonder who is that? A state attorney in layman language is a government lawyer who helps with criminal cases. I am paid by the government to help you prosecute all the criminal cases that are reported at police and come to our courts. So as members were discussing and saying, we don't know what to do when our cases go to court, you are with the right person. I am your lawyer at this point. So to all those people who were questioning what happened to Brenda's case, what happened to the Batwa who report cases, well, I am the right person to ask all those questions. When is the court date? What witnesses do I want? And my office is a public office. It is always open. You come to my office, we are 3 state attorneys. 4 of my colleagues are back at office handling office work, but we all work on the same issue. Well, just briefly about the Batwa. Well, I'm aware that all of us here probably you know better the history of the Batwa because your specific mandate would be relating to the Batwa as NGOs. And we very well know there are indigenous people who originate from the forest, and they basically have no legal ownership of that land because it is their ancestral land, but they do not have any legal ownership of the land. I don't know if you're getting me. During the creation of these game parks, Ugahinga and Windi, the government evicted the Batwa from the okay, we were corrected. Some used to live at the edges of the forest, but used to derive their livelihood from the forest. So the government, in a bid to make way for these national parks, evicted them from even close to the parks. This was in a bid to help with the conservation of the forest, and people from the wildlife know that better, and also from the different NGOs. However, it was a disadvantage to the Batwa community because, truth be told, they were dispossessed. They had nowhere to go. They were told to leave the edges, but where? Because the ethnic groups that live near the forest are the Bachiga, the Bafomira. Government was not clear. Where do the Batwa go? So they remained landless. And with the efforts of the NGOs, some Batwa have been resettled to different settlement camps. However, there are those that I don't know if they chose not to be resettled or they were not resettled at all. There are those that are still hanging on the edges of the forest. In Uganda, they say, they don't want to leave the edges because that is all they know. Maybe they are being big-headed. That is all they know. They have grown up in the forest. They have produced their children in the forest. They have buried their relatives in the forest. So now where do you expect them to go if you've not resettled them? So, in my opinion, I think the Batwa themselves do not have a problem with them living in the forest. The problem was resettlement. And next slide, please. And we have talked of the case where the Batwa won. Their main issue is that first of all, they were resettled, they were evicted from the forest without notice. They were not notified. They were not given, they didn't seek their consent. Like I heard from him, they don't know why they were being evicted. The government did its intervention and said, okay, now we need these spaces for FDCD. So they were not explained to, they were just told to leave the forest. So they were left in space, and as a result, they felt like some of their rights being violated. And to talk about the rights of the Batwa, they're just like any other ethnic group in Uganda. Under the Constitution, Article 10 of the Constitution talks about the different tribes of the country. And it goes ahead to the third schedule and outline and lists tribe by tribe. Baganda, Basoga, Bakore, Bafumbira, and the Batwa are part of the tribes of Uganda. So the rights enshrined in the Constitution of Uganda do not only apply to the Bafumbira, they do not only apply to the Baganda, but they apply to the Batwa as well. And according to the 2024 recently concluded population census, it is estimated that there are 3,875 Batwa, which is making about 0.01 of the entire population of Ugandans. You see, that's a very small percentage compared to some tribes that are having 24%, 16%. If you get 0.01, it is a very small percentage of people. So being with that small percentage, they are considered as different people because they are not many and they need extra care. So it is true that the Batwa are one of the most vulnerable people in the world. With vulnerability, I mean they are considered to be poor, they are considered to be easily, their rights are easily abused because, I mean, they do not have so many people to fight for them. They do not have, even because of the low literacy levels, they do not have, they cannot speak for themselves, for lack of a better word. So what are we doing as institutions? What are we doing as stakeholders? And what are we doing as NGOs? I'll speak on my side as a state attorney. Mine is basically government. And government enshrines a lot. It's not specific to the Batwa. It takes on even the Bafumbira, the Cholis, everyone. But with the NGOs, you have specific mandates. For example, if I'm talking about yes, probably in one of their missions or specific mandate is to take care of the Batwa. But us as a government, we have a general mandate. So it is not just an action for just one specific person. It is action for both the government and the other entities. And continuing with the rights of the Batwa, and that's Article 4 of the Constitution. It outlines so many rights, so many, you can't even finish them. There is rights to equal treatment, there is a right to life, there is a right to own property, there is a right to education, there are women's rights, children's rights, they are all enshrined in our Constitution. And specifically, I'll go to the rights to equal treatment. This is not extinct from the battle are not extinct from any rights. They are supposed to equally be treated like the rest of the people without discrimination. We have already talked about the landmark case of 2021, where the Batwa community won. And the major catch point in that case was the court was on the side of the Batwa, to put it in simple terms. That here, you see, this is their native land. This is all they have known. And their eviction would be okay, but it should be done with some kind of compensation. And this maybe compensation can come in many ways. It can be monetary, it can be in terms of resettling, but unfortunately, that hasn't been done. Anyway, I'm here to learn. Maybe it has been done, maybe it has not been done. And that is why the Batwa insists that for us, this is what we know. We actually won that case. We are supposed to be here. And that's why they mentioned that the cross appeal, there's a cross appeal. And let's wait and see what happens. Of course, now the court already declared herself on the Batwa ownership of the land. There should be compensation. But now the duty to push that court ruling lies on us. The different NGOs, the different entities, and all. Because of the eviction from the forest, the Batwa have lost their livelihood. And I think most of the people here who have been to towns, you've seen these people, the Batwa. Even those that were resettled next to ports, they don't have that much of a livelihood. And speak on the side of the cases that come for the pickpocketers, the theft cases, sadly, they are for the Batwa. And when they appear in court, you ask them, why did you go into the garden of ABCD? They'll tell you because we are looking for food. We don't have food. And for them, sometimes they're very truthful in court. Yeah, you ask them that, did you commit the offense? They'll say, yes. And then they'll say, but we were hungry. Yeah. Yes. We don't have what to do. Yes, so as a result of them losing their right to own property that will help them survive, help them maybe do something small for their lives, they end up being criminal. So we have seen all that they've been evicted, some of them have become criminals. So then what is our role as our office, the state attorney? What are we supposed to do? Number one, we initiate and take over criminal proceedings. And we do this with the help of police. Once a case is committed in a community, they did not come straight to our office to report. They go to the police, they report the case, send it to our office, and we see whether this case should go to court or it should be settled at the village level or it has no evidence. So our role as the state, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, we institute criminal proceedings, and any person can go and report a case and we help them institute those criminal proceedings. We ensure that the cases that involve the Batwa are speedily prosecuted and the perpetrators are punished. I have spent about 2 years, coming to 3 years, sorry, And we've had a number of cases with abattoir. They're very cooperative if you tell them that, you know, you have to come to court and testify but you need to know that some of these cases are capital in nature. By capital case, I mean big in nature, murder, rape, defilement, and they are not handled at this chief magistrate court. So they have to wait until the investigations by the police are complete, and then they are handled by the High Court. So that is why sometimes you hear that, they murdered a Mutwa, we've never heard from court, what's happened, the people are still in custody, so we have no idea. But the beauty is our office is always open. When you come and inquire about a certain case, we shall let you know which date it is coming, or you have to wait until the investigations are complete, and then you know the information about the case. Like the previous presenter, His Worship, mentioned, people fear our offices. They fear the offices. But these are public offices, and we are public officers. If you cannot, if you, now we are speaking now to the literate guys, you need to inform the members of the community that you have a problem, go to the office of the state. Because as a state attorney, another role that I do is to give legal advice to the public. Very many people come and consult about land issues, about so many issues. So encourage people to come and seek legal advice from our offices. It's one of the roles of the ODPP. I was still speaking on the second point. Yeah, there are some petty offenses that are handled by the Chief Magistrate's Court. Where the witnesses are there, it's very fast. You handle the witnesses, and within at most 6 months, a case is concluded. Maybe the person is set free, others may be convicted and given their term of serving in prison or whatever punishment the court may give. So we also ensure that some of their rights are respected in the courts. Like I said, most people do not know that the role of a state attorney. I am a government lawyer, and I'm a lawyer for example, the case we've mentioned for Brenda. If it goes to court, it is me who prosecutes it. So anything concerning the witnesses, then you have to come to our office and find out which witness do you want. And so we ensure that all those rights are protected. If it is the mutual with the complainant, it is me supposed to protect their rights. I'm supposed to make sure that he is fairly heard, his case is fairly heard, and all that. Then we also engage them in fair sentences. The court is not something, it's not something brutal, like the way people think. We have something that is called a plea bargain. There are some people, for them, they come, they don't want to waste court's time. They're like, yes, it is true, I stole the Irish potatoes. Give me a lighter sentence. So our office, as the state attorney's office or as the DPP's office, we can sit with the accused person and say, okay, you stole, yes. What do you want? How do you want to be punished? Someone will tell you, yes, I stole, but I don't have the money to pay back. But I can stay in custody. Yeah, then you agree and you talk to the complainant and say, you see, this person has admitted they stole. But truth be told, they don't have the money to compensate, which is the case for most batwa. They do not have the money to compensate. So our role as the office of the DPP is to help them negotiate those lenient sentences. And in court, sometimes you ask the accused person after they have pleaded guilty, that after they have accepted commission of the offense, what do you want us to do for you? And specifically, if it is a mutwa, they'll tell you, I would rather serve in prison because, prison, there is food, it is much better than staying out there, having to fend for themselves, and they are trying to steal. So they'll tell you, I'm ready to serve. And another role of the state's office is we provide a safe chain link with all the criminal justice actors. For example, the police. There used to be a lady, I've forgotten her name. Every time the police did an operation in Russia, for those who don't know Russia, it's a place that harbors many criminals, for lack of a better word. But yeah, so the police usually does operations in Russia. So this lady, every time the police did an operation and rounded up some batwa, she would come to my office early morning, and she would, I've forgotten the organization she used to work for. I don't know if she was a well-wisher, but she would literally plead for the batwa not to be taken to court. And then I tried to explain to her that, you see, the police went and did its role, went and arrested them. They were doing some illegal activity. And she'd be like, no, those people are very innocent. And then the more you explain to her, the more she would get emotional. She'd be like, I know my people, they are innocent. So as the office of the DPP, we have that chain link with all the justice actors. If, for example, the battle have been arrested and someone comes to my office saying they're innocent, I could call maybe the police investigator and find out more about that case. Then I can explain to her that, this is what they want them to believe. So she relaxes a bit and lets the law take its own course. Next slide. Then some of the challenges were already mentioned by the previous presenter, and these are the challenges that are faced in our community. They are excluded from many of the government programs. Hospitals, healthcare, education, social services, and this makes them a target to engage in crime. Because if someone goes to the hospital and they're not treated as they should be treated, the next thing it will be, let me go and steal some money to go to a private clinic. And because they are not accessing education, they drop out or they have no idea what a school looks like. And at 13 years, someone is already engaging in criminal activities. Once in a while, when I pass my town at around 10 p.m., I see very young children. And I ask, they tell me, those are the better. Young children as young as 4 years, 5 years. So because they are not going to school or they are not doing anything that is keeping them busy, they engage in criminal activities. And that is another a serious problem that is faced by the community. Then the second point relates to the first one. There is unequal treatment in terms of policy. They do not access the public services very freely. People are rude to them. When they see maybe I'm going to the hospital very dirty, they will attend to the other clean people faster than they attend to them. So they are discriminated in those offices. They lack legal support. This has been echoed by the previous presenters. When it comes to court, they are never represented. They are always there, they lack what to say, they do not know what. In fact, if someone committed the offense, they don't even know what to say because they don't have any support. There is no legal support. It is rare to go to court and you find someone representing a mutwa. Actually, I've never heard. I don't know if my colleague has seen any lawyer representing a mutwa. And it does not mean they have to represent, only the accused person. They can come on our side as the state and just help coordinate. A mutwa who is complaining, the legal officer can come and work with the state attorney to ensure that the cases are worked on. Because of the low literacy levels, they are very ignorant of the law. They come to the crime. And for us, we say ignorance of the law is not a defense. So they don't know whether if I'm doing ABCD, I'm committing a crime. Another challenge they face is because they are vulnerable, their rights are violated very many times. A kept in point is that one that we have mentioned. Imagine a woman being, going through all that much trauma because she is of that ethnicity. She's being violated, her rights are being violated. They are, they do not even know that if someone does this to me, I'm supposed to report. They do not know where to report. So they also face that challenge. Then there's weak institutional links. Of course, there is no doubt that the NGOs are trying their best and helping, but NGOs alone cannot tackle the situation. It is a collective energy from all agencies, and because we do not have those institutional links, I think for reasons which are best are known to everyone. For example, for us in government, we do not have a specific maybe budget for the BAT work. But you as NGOs, you can have a specific budget for them, maybe to help them with their resettlements, maybe to help them with some livelihood programs. But as the court, for us to just receive them, we have no support for them. Then we just look at them. When they come to court, we do our work, they go. So that's another challenge that they face. However, it's a challenge that can be worked on. Next slide. Yeah, the recommendations to the challenges, we have number one, there is need to have a harmonized recognition of the Batwa identity among all the states in the region. When we know that Batwa do not only exist in Soro or Uganda, they also exist in Rwanda and Congo, I'm not mistaken. So as the different NGOs and the different governments, we need to have a harmonized recognition that, these are the people, they originally used to live in the forests, now they are out and we need to find a solution for their lives. Then there's to ensure inclusion in most of the programs in the community. I have seen VHTs, those village health teams, yes. Yeah, even if they haven't gone to school, but they need to be included in the village programs. If, for example, there is a sensitization of sorts, ensure that at least they are represented. At least there is someone from the Batwa community that is saying something about something, because they also have their rights and their concerns. And then we continue to engage them in job training skills like tailoring, carpentry, to ensure at least that they have something to do. Instead of them sitting and sniffing, I don't know, whatever they sniff. At least, yes, at least if they are engaged in some of those services, I don't know what services the NGOs offer. Maybe you can enlighten us. You engage them in those services so that I can make a living for themselves. Then legal empowerment is needed. We've already mentioned sensitizations. We are a very open office. In case an NGO has a meeting like this, always invite someone from court. If you have a community engagement with people like those, with the Batwa, please invite our officers. Someone can always avail themselves so that we teach the community about the law, we sensitize them, and we also urge the NGOs to employ legal officers. Because when there is a legal officer on the team, it's easier to connect with the other officers. We can easily find out how to help. And then we also need to adopt mutual conservation efforts. For example, the Batwa needs to be employed in some of those programs that take place in the forest. I've not seen a representative from UWA, but on a village level, you engage them because they know those places. at the back of their mind. So you engage them in the small works, conservation works, so that they feel included. And then another recommendation, I don't know if governments will work on it, but it needs to create legal pathways for regulated batwa access to traditional hunting. Yes, you're saying they are chasing them out of the forest or eviting them, but this is their way of life. They probably used to eat from the forest, they used to hunt and get their food from there. As the government, you need to find a way of coexisting with the batwa. If you tell them that, you know, in this zone, this is where you're going to be hunting from, and from this time to this time, then there they will coexist. Next slide. Yeah, my presentation is coming to an end, and I conclude that the exclusion of the batwa is a serious human rights crisis, and it needs attention. So I encourage all stakeholders to come together so that we may not implement all the recommendations, but we try and implement some of them to enable a successful impact on our brothers and sisters in those communities. And we'll end with a quote. To deny people their rights is to challenge their very humanity. It was a quote by Nelson Mandela. So the batwa rights should really be protected and really be taken care of. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. I think you have listened very well to our statement. And this is the time to get clear understanding, supplement, additionals as we proceed to another presentation. Wait, okay.
So I have a consent, and I think the representatives and the local community are going to help us maybe resolve that. The batwa you are seeing here, these ones, they represent their communities, but they have a problem. The batwa behind there have a problem. Now, when it is a case that touches a mutwa, like they have murdered a mutwa, that is when you see a mutwa coming to follow up the case. But if it is a case where a mutwa is involved and he is being accused, we will not see batwa following, because they know that they have committed that offense. Now, we are frustrated. Like myself, I had actually 2 defilement cases in the community of Kabare and Ched. 2 sisters were defiled by a mutual neighbor, one of 10 years and another one of 13. So when someone reported from outside your community, the mother of those children was just given 50,000 and took the children to Rwanda, fled to the children to Rwanda. So investigations were frustrated. I tried following up even to Rwanda, where they had taken the children. The mother made the children disappear. So what is my appeal? I'm appealing to the batwa. Much as you want to be helped when they killed one of your community members, also help us when there is a problem, especially sexualized gender-based violence. You don't want to follow. You think it is just a normal, there is a funny word they say, when I speak it here in Gufumira, those speaking people can even disappear in the ground. So when it is like that, they don't want to even say it. So help us, as we are following up murder cases of the Batwa people, you also follow up those other sexualized gender-based violence cases that are committed in your community. Then secondly, I want to appeal also to the leaders of the Ghana. Help us. You help us sensitize. Help us sensitize these virtual people. You get an organization or even a partner willing to pay school fees for these children in some schools. You get disappointed on the reporting date. I remember I went with the children of which BMCT takes care of in Kabare, in the same vehicle as this the beginning of this term. But to my surprise, at midday, a child from Busanza who would take a border of 5,000 to reach here, I'm telling you, at 9 or even at 10, even by 3 in the evening, they had not yet reached Kisoro. So we are letting down partners who are willing to help us also become like other communities who are not indigenous. One, if you are speaking English there, you also inspire that young child to speak English or even to go to school and reach a level where you reached. If you don't do that, and if you feel you cannot do that in your communities, we are always available. The CDO is there. He has a full department of 17 CDOs who can able reach out to the communities and sensitize them and bring sense in their minds. So help us as we do that. That is when we shall come up. Otherwise, we shall not beat that challenge which State Attorney has said of low literacy levels when we don't go to school. The first thing is going to school. If you never manage to go to school at our level, but let our children go to school. At least to reach some other level where you have reached. You are here in a meeting, discussing with even your partners, your family. So at that, when your generation fades off, your children will come in. So let us try and do that as their leaders. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You know, they hide some secrets within them. Nothing out of them should go out. Certainly. So, I am always disturbed sometimes that ignorance of the law has no. These guys are ignorant about the law. And now when it comes, they have regrets. I don't know. But it disturbs me. I wanted to comment on the second slide of your presentation about the roles. You can reflect a little bit. Number one, especially. Number one. Second last thing on the roles. But anyhow, it's about the procedure. We have been saying that, because now one was saying that you always pick it from police and then you take it on. But the emphasis here has been, I'm trying to emphasize that, and we kind of, for the sake of this, can we kind of, if it's not clearly contradictory with the law, can we cut it short a little bit and have that list? So that sometimes, where possible, instead of, because I know also policies, colleagues here, that procedure, sometimes they even don't go to it. Sometimes they might even be blocked. So we're saying, is that opportunity where they can come directly to you through that list? That was mainly the emphasis. And then number 3 of your recommendations, there's where you said, I continue, go to recommendations.
Recommendations.
I think engagement, there is a program that has come from the government. Of course, when I say government, Uganda Wildlife Authority is government, of involving these communities in 2 different skills. Carpentry, hairdressing, tailoring, etc. Kindly, I'm requesting you people who are there. The opportunity is coming. don't let it go, because also you have a tendency of something coming, you ignore, either you are not there, you know you like they like moving on. So take these opportunities, otherwise when it comes and you lose it again, I don't think you are going to blame the government. Now we the most there are very similar visible because that is what I have.
Yeah, thank you, and I want to thank the prosecutor for the work well done for the good preparation. But I am concerned, I realized that the literature I have about Batwa has not touched both sides. You mainly have the government exclusion, basically, but that government has not done enough and partners. But I can assure you, under your recommendations, most of those have been done. For example, I can cite BMCT has voted for them. Okay, they all are not resettled yet, but at least some work has been done. Then UWA, we have the arrangement where they are given beehives even and they are supposed to go and site them within the park in the productive program. Yeah, so there is a lot of work being done. There is a cave in Mugayinga, the Garama train, for showing their culture, how they used to. We have another one in the forest called Bunika for the virtual culture exchange. So a lot has been done, and I want an NGO to come out and also talk about the positives that government and different CSOs have there done. Because it is like when people now in present, it really shows that there is nothing. And yet most of these recommendations, because one, when government recognizes, I like that when you make it. When government recognizes that it is a tribe and put them in the constitution, that was the beginning of their rights being recognized and being protected. Because if they had remained among us for Kumbira, maybe marginalization would have increased. But the challenge that they will not come out of, that is very hard, is the issue of their numbers, where representation on governance structure is really challenging. Like that guy protested. But because the numbers are small, you can see from LC1 to LC5, is there a mutual anyway. So even the representation along on government structures, because of their numbers, so it should be deliberate now there. There should be advocacy, affirmative to deliberate state. Say there should be a mutwa on the LC1 committee, there should be a mutwa at some level. But if that one is not done, and that is when, in fact, their rights could be advocated for more, if they were at least on any of those structures. So I want us to appreciate the government has tried, many CSOs have done a lot of work, but the issue of their numbers needs more of affirmative action. And I think the enemies and others should now try to advocate on how they can deliberately improve on different structures of government. Thank you very much.
Actually, I wanted to add. So it's one case, point number one, the challenges was really showing that government has excluded what the Batwa. Is not true. That Batwa have been excluded in any of the government program. On record, schools, UPE, which is a universal primary education, an open program for everyone, every Ugandan to access free education. Now, what happens today? Why are they not in school where the government has provided it? It's where maybe the child be, but not exclusion. Health centers. I know this man I even contributed for him for winning. If you are saying that excluding, I was even part of his campaign. I even contributed and I even sent some people to us. But the other one was actually this man did not lose because there was a discrimination. No. Either they had a lot of money.
It was money.
Money and they did like that. Otherwise, he stood in the primaries and he won, where there was no money. When we reached the other side, it became a different thing. Then we have government programs like PDM. PDM is a government program that is open for for actually the 39% of the poor, so that they participate in the money economy. And who are those? Who are those? Even what are part of what? 39%. Where is the challenge? That now you find that the few can access the national ID because it is a requirement, and at that level they are excluded because of the one, either they did not go for a dialogue themselves, they did not register, and at the end of the day they cannot what. But also, because it is a competition, the poor are very many. The 39% of external people, you'll find there are many. Otherwise, you have even a bad one who are on what? Who have benefited from PDF. And benefiting is that you must also participate. You talked about health. My sister participated. But this one I fought for her to join what? Join VHT. I said, no, you must have her. Why are you excluding her when she has all the requirements also? Now, if you don't have the requirements, you will not be what? So that's why we are saying, go back, let's participate in all government programs. My young man, when he dropped out of school, he would even be what? A better one. But they reach a level, and I've always fought with him because he has a lot of good things in him. He gets out, he gets married, now that he broke his work, is the future. You get it? So we needed to change the mindset because the mindset is very, very important to change so that we benefit.
But he's a body member somewhere.
Yeah, and he's a body member. We are seated with a big person. But I wish he had reached a certain level of education and continue. This man would even be the one facilitating his work, his workshops. I have another man. I'm happy that this days good sale. You know my problem, Alex, you know it is our secret. You even fight to get he has a degree, but the mindset. So we need also to know that they need to participate in each way. This man was calling me every time, even when I was about to forget. This one, you see. And I like his attitude, his mindset. He was not fearing. And I went there in the community and told them, people, don't discriminate this man. Don't exclude him because he's a Mutwa. If you vote him, he might even help you to be on map other than any other what. So we needed to encourage our Batwa also to do what? Like I said, send the children to school. May I have kids in the morning who pass by my gate. And every morning I try to wake up to go and see them so that they don't drop out. And I'm happy with their mothers. I even give them some money. Please continue taking them. And I wish those mothers would go and teach what? The colleagues. Then the other thing I want to tell you, but we are not removed from the post-19 like places. History should be told and grew with their mothers. They were not in the forest. Now, and that was before 90, then before even 86. Me, I'm old, I'm not man, I have a grandchild. But I wanted to show that there was actually history, let me give it to you, that during the colonial era, and the back were like any other human evolution, which we have denied this Batwa to benefit from. Now, Batwa, like us, we are also in the world. We are hunters, and that was the economic setting of that time. Then a certain group became a capitalist over the other, and this one left it at a certain stage. And now at that certain stage where we have left them, is why we should start helping this battle. So they can do what? They can gather. Gathering was part of everybody. But Those who decided, like for instance, tomorrow Mahima will start claiming they are what? They are livelihood because they were what? Cattle. But we are moving them from being cattle keepers to also become part of crop production. What does it mean? It means the society is changing. Now, the Batwa are also changing. What we need to do is to help this group to actually run faster to reach a certain stage of development. And that, to me, that's why I find what? A challenge. Otherwise, they were 1929. They were in 1929. Actually, even when you go to the history of where they are saying that they know they were there because they were with the Sasa chief who was staying there at that house where the state actually sits. That's why the residents of the one stay, and he preferred to stay near, for them to stay nearby him. Let's say that place, nobody said to them it is actually their home. To me, according to what they say, customary. Now these people, the challenge now they have. Same day, wabaga hariya, Kiyovu wabaga hariya. Now they bring another group, they mix them. That is why the challenge started coming in, by the way. Now, the owners of that home, was Tina Sohari what? Swell what? Small Mutui.
Hari wale wa ofisi ya koti aho state.
Now, the mixture of other members brought a problem there. Otherwise, it's not that the problem government has decided back them in that place, then it excludes the services. Actually, in the hospital, if a pregnant mother comes, we have a policy of giving them a priority. So that because we know that they cannot do what they cannot afford. Thank you. Otherwise, government does not exclude, it includes them in government programs. But the challenge also is that there are certain government programs, let me say it. Because this is my weakness, they for women. We supported them to participate, benefit from Women Entrepreneur Group, which is a revolving, you know what happened. I have now we have identified eight have benefited from FIDM. Yes, they are like any other members, they haven't recovered. But now the worry is, how shall we recover? Because the government program says give, but you will recover. And here, but do not have the capacity to do what? To pay you back. That's where the challenge also comes in. Because of the poverty levels they live in. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, DCDO. I appreciate your submission. And also I appreciate that the Batwa needs that gradual change, but maybe even ask us aware. And with evidence, I know that civil society have done much to see that change coming. Isn't it, William? To see that change coming, and they can testify. Because, for example, the Batwa of Sanuriro community, where we have concentrated with support from WWF together with the local government, and William is here, can give their testimony. It's very different from these ones you see here. So when you come and they tell you these are the Batwa of Kugomboraja, yes, those ones, you can think that everybody's like that. It brings another picture. But slowly, others will learn from others. I personally, I grew up with Batwa who were staying on my daddy's land. And they were not the other side. But later on time came and relocated. So even those ones will say that we are brought from the forest. So thank you very much. I think we need to continue. But before we continue, let me allow. Yes.
So thank you. What I speak in local language. When ngenda kusimama na mnonga Emile na yara people nita. Hati presentation ya Madam Nandi Kokujire. It worries the person as if the worker have been neglected. I didn't want to say anything, but really your presentation, I think you don't have information on service. William Conservation of Trust started in 1990. In 1996, wakatandika kuacha mikono ya watu. Wakagurita kwa kwetu waloramgeni na mkani. I mean, budget acres magana na mkani. Just one organization, 406 acres of land. I was trying to get a presentation to show distribution in Kanungu, Rwanda, and here. But the presentation, I was trying to get it to distribution. So you know exactly what BMCT board, the Chiagurirawa, Abahano, Abarwanda, Kokama Takako, Mudakuga, Madam Nandi, up to now. Baruga Forest. Baruga Forest.
For her sake, use some English because
I understand.
Okay, fine.
Baruga Forest, you know the joint. Baruga Forest, a whole game. Barumunu batakoresha bo kuba amatakago BMCT kuyaga kuzire.
English. Oh, excuse me, someone saying on. Some people in the other side online, they don't understand the side.
Fine, no, let me speak the language that people can hear because now I know William understands the Dessa knows. Now, I was saying since 1996, William Gaiga Conservation Trust started helping the battle. They started buying land. As we speak, 406 acres of land were bought, distributed in these 3 districts for these people. Now, Madam Nani, you are now speaking in your presentation, that is a specific one organization. I know there is another AICM has bought. I know there are this Kenya bought, Adra bought. So a lot of land has been bought.
The forgotten have just bought.
No, there is the forgotten. A lot is being done, except that maybe you people are not getting it more. But here I want to bring the challenges. BMCT kept this land, the title for the land. But people are putting pressure on BMCT through politicians, through other people, that we give out this land titles to them. And they know when we give them the land titles, they will be sort of the land, and then they go back to square. When you are saying that, let me tell you the pressure you have. Well, I was in a meeting in Kavale, we had people from IIT. These were people who are getting money from IIT, is UK based. There was in Marara University of Science and Technology, I was there personally. There are 2 stars before donors. There was a Karium, Semaje, we have Tawari is a very Umbutka PMCT cover H1. What you have H1 here? We are only keeping the land title for ownership security. And even it is not forever.
And security,
it is for only 25 years. But after 25 years, if the capacity has been built, we sit down with these districts, or then we say, okay, now if you feel you can own this land, take this land titles. Nobody is using the land titles to get a loan or to work on the land. But people are pressurizing BMCT to give that land and it gets disposed. Now, you are doing that is something you need to think about on this group too. BMCT has been working on a scholarship. If you want people to be skilled and participate in development, you give them education.
What?
Now, Vadesa, you know, we've been to Azrani, we do work together in the community there. Now, and after all of you, you may find some of them, BMCT, help them even this video, but nobody is even standing. Now, nobody stands when I'm here, and this current, so Sunday here. We have a one graduate, but one graduate is employed by BMC. Yes. She got a degree. I know that. I know you could have invited her when you don't know that it's BMC educated, but she's now our employee. Now, All these things, they said a long time ago, but let me tell you, the board has always asked, why one person, one graduate? I have not answered that question. Do you know why? There is a lot of school dropouts. What they are talking, children become unruly, ignorances, a lot of stuff. That's the other year, we had a whole consultant from our university. We did a research. Why are these people not remaining in the school? They wrote a lot of recommendations. We said maybe now, let's do, we put solar, we do a lot of stuff. BMCT has constructed modest housing. We form a sort of model village in Kanyamaheni, in Shaga. We called the whole minister, he launched those houses. You are saying government not doing something. He launched those houses. Yes. In Kanungu, in Chembe, there are houses, they are modest. 3 bedrooms, a toilet, and WWF actually put even the So, and what is big that? But when I went there in those houses, you think they are staying in those houses? Madam, the houses are not being occupied. They are not occupied. No, because there are still people who are not occupying the houses. Even that small land, why are you not digging it? You get something. But in conclusion, I want to bring out these 2 issues. I have seen a difference in Kanungu. Now, the Kanungu people, the water in Kanungu are tending to be more now on a better way. Because you have engaged now in educational training, they go for tailoring. So in Kanungu, even parents support BMC. You find they can even carry a child when they not go to school. So in Kanungu, I can say positive trend. But here in Ngaini, in Nyagachenji, in Ruche, people are still very far because we had a project with Tunado. We knew these people are going in the park to get honey as part of food. So wanted them to have honey. Vadesa, you know that. Had success, said Joe Vadesa, they get trained. We said they partner with the local people, other people, so they can have honey on their own pipes. But the progress is not as much. What I want to say here, very clear, the presentation of water situation is very negative. Nielsma has mentioned it, but he was very, very not diplomatic. The other people who are staying nearby the administration group, can you tell them to get out of that place? Can you tell them? When they beat the you cannot tell those people to get out. So some people, Madam Nandi, they use this water as, should I say, as a political thing, as a catching for donors. It's a business project. So when they do that, then they present a whole negative picture, as if nothing has been done, as if these people are suffering. Let me tell you, as I told you, in my place, in my village where I come in Punga, there is a Mutwa who came from Rwanda. That person is alone. He's integrated in the community. His father was called Carol. Carol would make the pots, sell pots, get food for the families. But the child, the son of Mr. Carol passed away. His son in Chinjira is now owning a big shop of hardware. So it's all about integration and mindset. I thank you very much.
Oh, thank you for that submission. And I picked up a minute because we have to listen first one. Then you will submit at once. So I'm going to start with my neighbor. I think I started with the shaman. Okay, there. Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And
let me take this opportunity to thank my friend Sam, who supported me in my elections. I'm happy for that. And I hope that next time I'm coming back, that one for the villages. So we are looking for some non-government organizations that always support us. Some success from the government. We have different benefits we get from board, where we have sheep pairing. They gave us 150 things. Communities around the fund. Second fund. We have also organization stores to some platform, like different families, but we still need more organization stores. We also have 2 towns from Goa in our site of the Kenya Bato community and to the site of Kenya Bato. And we also have Sabine Bato Beekeepers Group, as some saying for me. It is registered already, and we have about 500 communities of this group, which is under Obudu, C1, therefore 14. We have Mogel training, herbal medicinal garden to our place there. So we need a change in our communities, and to pay a chairman, for me, I want a change, a big change. Mostly to have educated in Batwa. That's why I always call with my neighbors to take our children to school. Because without education, no change in Batwa. So I have 15 challenges where I want to request the government people to help us with that. One of them, yes, of course, even if the Batwa we don't have many educated Batwa, but we have some who are educated. So I am requesting a government plus the non-government organizations. We have some Batwa of senior 4 to senior 6, but it is also a challenge where those Batwa in the communities, even if they need to continue. But for those levels, sure they can have some employment to do in different positions. But another thing, we see I contested the cystic cancer, but unfortunately, even other DC knows that. But unfortunately, nothing I'm doing there, and I can be representative side to the background. So it is good to have representatives of the background from village level to district level, because they can start to reduce it to the in a meetings at the district and then present the background challenges. Actually, can be that. So for those two things, let me end from here, but I'm requesting our non-government organizations sit with district people, government people, to see how they can handle that issue. And also we have the worker who got some punishment money, but we and also encourage them at the platform to do what? To also to get for themselves, to get the IDs, deposit the requirements, but to some community, to some platform, sure they get those new IDs. So, and in our community, we have two platform who got punishment money. But we still need the most requesting Mr. Samu talk with the CPOs to see that the platform registered those people who can do what? Can get punishment money. Thank you.
Oh my God. I love that positivity. And I love that truth. Because the same when we had a meeting somewhere and we asked these people that so and so bring you goods. But this person has given them not the battle, but they had given them 50 goats. Then in front of the donor, they said all the goats died. Zafire. So let alone, I went aside. That how could all the 50 goats die? They said no, we are lying. Actually, the goats are there. They even multiplied. We are 200. We built houses. We took children to school, but we wanted the donor to give us more. Yeah, so they had hidden all the truth. Thank you for bringing that truth. So we need to learn from each other, because when you hide the truth, we shall not learn from each other. Yes, and thank you very much for bringing it up. And we need to be positive. To be positively, to change our minds and move our way forward. Thank you. William, you have better then next to her.
Thank you very much for this meeting that you have here. I really appreciate, but because I have learned something or we Papa mostly. As we are told that we have marginalized people here in Uganda. I first thank for the government for what trying to do for us, like allowing NGOs, first of all, the MCT for us in land grant spectrum, like San Willow, we have 21 acres. I also appreciate BMCT together with government, how they work together. The BMCT try to find for us some books, school uniforms. At first, since 2002, you started that system of buying school uniform, books, pens for children in getting education in the government school. I appreciate for that. That way is where I started. And I also continue to thank the MCT. You tried to keep sending some representatives from the MCT to keep sensitizing us about like making handcrafts. I really appreciate it because I catch up about making handcraft, like weaving. I'm the teacher now. I train more other fellows in the community, and I'm always invited from different places to go there and train others. Like in Chingo, there is one of the NGO came in, and nowadays, I think in this year, I was training in Chingo how to weave. Being supported by Fight for the Forgotten. So I appreciate for that. And where you have said that we are not using the land, it's a yes, because of some of the community, they are not bothering about to use the land. But there is some communities who are trying to use the land. So that make it genuine. Because some of us, we are sensitizing. Sensitization, it has done a lot of many NGOs, like Obudu. We always attend the meetings about sensitization, like sanitation, like business, like tourism attraction, like scaling. We have been being trained by the Obudu. And I also appreciate about URP. For the URP normally enter in the community. I thank you very much, Sam, with the Munezero, Richard, for the ones who came with URP to sensitize about the information I have said from Obu. Sanitation, tourism attraction, tourism business, even the local businesses, and also leadership. We are now promoting our community, and we have formed a name called Sanuro Ehinduchire Ekwaka. Sanuro changing, which is shining nowadays. So because of that, I have much to say, but in the form of happiness, I cry. Because we have changed our community. Now we have a community-based organization, which is called San Roberto Empowerment and Cultural Organization, which we are forming that organization so that every NGO wants to deal with San Roberto community and passes through. By the thing that you have said that to manage, to own the land, when we have a community-based organization, we can enable to handle the land title. We enable to manage to own the land. In that form, we sensitize our fellows how to use the land and how to own it. That is my decision. I continue to thank very many NGOs like URP. You have done a lot of activities. I have mentioned one of sensitization, and you have really supported us like a goat, ship, almost 15 of them. And the period you have spent, they produced other more sheep up to 30. Now we have 25. We've got a challenge of sickness of the sheep, 5 died. So that is how we are. We tried to unite together, collect some more money to get some medicine so that you can treat those ones which are mainly, they continue producing more. I think now we have 6 which are kidnapped. Which have other younger sheep in their own. And also, I appreciate for the group you supported a hard scheme. We have a battle trade experience trade walk where we present our culture. And the URP supported us some hard schemes for wearing as we are demonstrating the clients who want to see battle culture. Because that is our business that we do every day, because we stay in a place where there is tourism. We are also a part of conservation, because we are eager to do indigenous tree planting, herbal medicine planting, and also beekeeping. And we need to have a buffer forest pocket, but we don't have something to buy that land. I am requesting the URP, DMCT, UA, government, united, give us a crowd where to have that place, because we need a beekeeping. You can do through community-based organization so that you can own that land and you can have that part of experience and also having to be part of conservation. I thank the government how you allow the NGOs, they are doing a lot of work in the background. But the problem, what I want to say about that, which we still have, we need sensitization, more sensitization. If you keep bringing the representatives, don't think that we representatives, all of us, we can catch up together, we can think together. I can come from my community, he comes from his community. When I take the message, you find he can't manage to take the message. You have to follow up to the community, you see if the message is reaching there. And sometimes you have to sort out how you can reach in the community. You sensitize all of the community members. Or you select like 10 members. Because if you select me as one, sometimes I can fail to take the oral message. I take some part of the message. So if we are like 5, if we are like 3, I can cut something, another person cut something, another person cut something, and you find all of us as a group who have taken the full message and we enable to sensitize our community. The reason why we are not changing ourselves, changing our community, it's because of we don't know anything. Because for us, we know our own culture, how we to stay in a forest, only that. No any other thing that this thing of modern, we don't know. So we need more sensitization. So otherwise, thank you very much for what you have said. I have forgotten something, but I can say it. The history of the battle, some have said that we don't stay in the forest. For us, we stay in the forest. Because before those years he have mentioned, we know the parts of the forest where we used to live. Like under the caves, like some hills, we even know the names of those hills. Even now we can take you there. So by the time of the invasion, we know where we were from. If you think that we forget it, even now we can take you there and we show you a face. When you recognize, even you can find some evidence of the levels where we have constructed some houses, of some materials which we left there. You can even approach upon the skull of someone who died from there, if we don't know. Because we know how we could bury. We could not dig the holes. We could just look somewhere to hide a person who have died. Even we still have some elders who know those people where they bury. We know where we could pray from. So don't say that we don't live in a forest. So the forest is ours. We know where we stay. We know how we evicted and the reason why we are evicted. Now you have mentioned the reason why you are flexible. It was because of conservation, attraction of tourism. We have already known that. So include us through the conservation. You sensitize us how to be attracted in the conservation. You teach us what is going on. We will also be included. So unless of saying that we don't live in a forest, we know. So thank you very much. I wish you best in heaven.
William.
Asante sana.
Thank you, William. We would keep here, talk and speak and come back and forward, but I'm afraid of the time. And I can't deny something to say. Can I give you 2 minutes?
In summary.
In summary. Kubera amasaha ariko ndashaka kumureba nebanyemereye nta kibazo. So ndashaka kuvuga amasaha itakikanye muvuze atari byinshi cyane ariko nako turageza kutegereza. Mwakoze cyane.
irimo umwanya kugira ngo nirenge kubaterera mu gihe ahubwo twikingiriza kugira ngo tubashe kuvugana nabo. Ikindi ndongera ndashima BMCT ku byerekeranye n'uburezi bw'abana bacu nangwa se bw'umuryango w'abana b'abato, bakagerageza kutuyamba cyane byerekeye inifomu twari tutabashije kuba twakwigurira kw'ababyeyi kuko bagezaho babikoresha. Turabashima n'intungamubiri mwarakoze. Kandi ikindi ndongera ndashima ab'iby'uburambuzi nangwa se abakuriye iby'ubukerarugendo, bitewe y'uko bagerageza kugira bamwe na bamwe kuri twe bo babasha kwiyungaho kugira ngo bakorane nabo imirimo y'ubukerarugendo. Nabyo barakoze muri bakeho barabasha kubikora. Ariko ikindi kibazo cyo nagizeho ni amazima, nta rugo rutabamo ikigoryi, kandi ikindi cya kabiri nta wabyara abana bose ngo niko baba beza. Harabona abana beza, habamo n'abana babi. Icyo ndi kumanyisha ni iki? Tumaze kwerekwa yuko katwe abenshi baguriwe n'ibitongore amataka, kandi batwereka yuko bamwe bayakoresha abandi batayakoresha. Ni kuko urabyara umwana ukamutuma ibunaka akajayo, undi wakutuma agakora iki agasuzugurana ntajeyo. None natwe ubwo niko bimeze. Kandi ikindi kiri kwerekana ngo abaguriwe amataka hariho abarayakoresha n'abatarayakoresha. Katwe twaguriwe na Adura Gandi, ariko nubwo twaguriwe na Adura turarikoresha kuko bisobotse kandi tukaribyaza umusaruro. Ntabwo byashoboka tukaguramo n'irindi kuvirira mu buhanga bwo turaba dufite nangwa si mu gukopa abaturage dutuye nabo. None ariyo mpamvu ndi kuvuga ngo imwe nka BMCT iyindi songa yo mugiraga nangwa ikindi kibazo mugiraga mwendaga ngo mwihererane bariya abatwa baturiye ishyamba, kandi mutamenya ngo na ba bandi bataturiye ishyamba nabo niho bakomotse. None muravuga ngo murenda gufasha abatwa, baswa abatwa uturutse ruhande utabamo kuvuga ngo kanjoranya babegereye ishyamba aba ntabegereye ishyamba. Turuka ruhanda muri abo bana bose kuko waturuka ruhanda hariho abana bazakuzahura banejo, harimo n'abazakora iki nabo bitazagenda neza. Ubwo kiri kwerekana ngo ubwo butaka waba hini gitongore tusabye kugira ngo urenda abatwa bawe barugeyo, kina abana bazaguteza imbere muri cya gitongore cyawe urakurengana nacyo, kandi bakagurizamo bakaguhereza imbaraga. ariko ubuze ngo reka umukorengane n'abo begereye isanga gusa nubwo birakutera duru usanga waza mu kizamu kigugwe n'abakama bawe bakora iki bagiye ngo ntadukoraga aha dukoraga turi kwitegereza ngene aho niho turi kugira ngo ruhanga yabica abaherezo bubasa nangwa ukabahereza ubugabizi bwo kugira ngo muyambe mucari yo kuyamba muturuke ruhanga kuko bari kuvuga ngo Paris modo ntari yo kuvangura umukene nangwa n'umugiye kubisoboye arabizamo kandi azibone kugira kuko arabari mu gurupu kiri kwerekana ngo mbasize bya Paris modo ndabyizundiramo nzibone naba ntabishoboye ngo iki mbireke kuko nabireka he kugenda ndi kutsimanza ngo nze kandi mu Paris modo diko none aho ngaho ndi guhiga ndi kugira ngo nyine kuzamura kuyamba ukamenya ngo abatwa aho twese ariko turi gukoke kandi harimo abarasomesa abana hakabamo n'abantu mbatiye iki kandi iyo ugira ngo mama yaransomeseze kuri nanjye ndi kuvuga uruvuga kuko muri kutaye ariko ndanabishoboye nawe mu gihe ntabishoboye mfite kuba ndahaye kugira ngo umwana wanjye akora iki abishoboye kandi yongera kubasima abwa BMCT ikaba iratangira umukobwa wanjye ari mu primary bona basome konka baramwitaho kandi baramuhereza kudu arariraye konka ko nageze nyuma mu kuba mbonye ubuhereza kuza mu kitongore cyacu cya kudu bagira ngo hina abana bo barenda bo kutangirira konka inje kugira ngo nze kubaka umwana musire mu kudu kamanza nasaba BMCT ntanamuzanye buzure narongeye ndabasaba ko namaze kubasaba wari ubikuriye ni gakuru aranyikiririza umwana musirahe mu bodi ko kitondashimira umugisha unari musini ya yakana ubwo mu umugisha none niyo mpamvu ndi kuhiga ndi kuvuga ngo mutaza muraduhayo cyane ntaho twese ariko dushira ubwenge turabufite kuko aho kubukorera niho tutafite kandi ikindi bintu ubwo n'abandi b'umunyabwenge mburu wo kumbabura uruwo kumva amagezi ko kugira ngo twaza gutya niho uragera kuri icyo ushaka none ariyo mpamvu ndi kubahiga ndi kugira ngo mugumizemo mugume muradukurikirana tutaguma turabigambira nk'aho twatumirwa urukiko nk'aba badutumira ngo mubahereze porogaramu zacu z'abatwa ibitekerezo byacu uko dutwaza nangwa natwe tubaho uko turi n'uko tutari byamara ngo bikome muri izi ndimi twabyize n'ikirungi kugira ngo mugumizemo namwe mudukurikirane muduhereze ubuhabuzi natwe bwa buhabuzi tubuhereza abandi nabo tureba aho bahika nangwa byacangwamo nakuvereze mukora iki muhikeyo then twe natubugane babandi bo turi gusiga inyuma tukaza kuzwegera then murebe aho batwara tukazatera imbere ikindi cyo ndongera gusimira ndasimira Sam wagumizemo kunkurikirana mu byerekeye ibyo kugira ngo nanze mbere ko umuryango w'abatwa nangwa se nk'umutasomye kubunga mu buhanga bwanjye bwo ruhanga y'abasekumbereza ubwenge bwanjye bw'enzarwa kabukozesa kandi abaturage bakabwakira kandi bakabwikirizamo kandi ibyo ndabiyigisha bakabitwaza mu gukora kandi bakabikora nk'uko gisemereye nacyo ndakimusimira ntabwo kuba bakaba barageze nyuma bamvanamo bakaguma barakora meeting ntimbimenye konga ko yagerageze kugumizamo kubikurikirana mu gusanga izina ryanjye barabinaze barongera bararigarura buno ndakora ntanyine ikibazo bagira meeting yabaho baranyakura bagira ngo nukuza guhereza gukingira ndasaye kandi cy'umugisha mu bungi nubwo ndasomye ubu nanjye ndamenya gukora iki uba natera umugore igikapu cya family plan ubwo mu ihanga ko nabase kumenya kandi ntagiye anyuze mu bitabo ari Imana imbaye ubwo bwenge none nabwitso ndi kubasima ndine bugarukiro kandi ikindi nyongera gusima ikitongore cyacu cya Ubudu abwo kuba ntinagihara abwo kuba ibitongore byose turakorana nabyo nabwo hafi ikitongore cyacu cya Ubudu na BMCT kugira ikorane natwe ni habwaho kandi no kugira ngo baze kubona nura mukobwa wacu umwebaze sikora bakamutunga kurabira mu Ubudu aho babasize kuremerwa nabo babasaba kuko babonye barabishobora batangirira umwana wacu n'ubu turasima Imana kubwo ari gukuriye iki iby'abana bisuri b'umuryango gw'abati icyo natone kukibasimira kine kugarukiro uko icyo ndabahamiriza kandi nkabasaba ndi gusaba gavumenti kugira ngo nabe yareba ibitongore biri kudukorera nabaho bari kureba ngo ibitongore kezo birarimo bikavuga ngo itwe twaruha no gukorana n'abatwa nangwa twakoma imwe nka gavumenti imwe mukwiriye kuraniki icyo namwe mwine kwikara mucire hameza mukibuza n'amazima ko twabihire mu masamba gabo kandi bakagira umugisha bakavugana ibitongore nubwo ariko twabyikiririze kugira ngo bikorengane nabo umunsi bwo bazagira ngo ubuhereza bwabo bwakomaho itwe nka gavumenti twiteguye icyo nacyo mwine kukimenya nta mwine kuza muratsirengagiza ngo mutunagurire gavumenti kandi nubambe igitongore nubwo mutunagurire ibitongore konga mumenye ngo natwe tunabazuriye amesho izo baryo tuzakora patru nangu mwigaragambyo kwene bigeri tukatambura na family tukiza tukazitsimba ha district niho muzamenya ngo abatwa bakaba bari muhanga nangwa bari mukamugira ki ebyabo nahabweco mwe bari munonga munezero icyo nagigusunikira kumbura ko gavumenti na madamu yurakorera kubira ibyo bitwitoroye ibyo niyo natsindikira na frank na gavumenti n'abaramusigara ngo bazabibako
But most importantly, what I've fixed is that we should not generalize information around the battle. And they are giving out testimonies, how they are making a big step towards the goal. And she's urging the government that time will come. She knows that NGOs have time limit. They'll get out. What are sustainability measures are they putting up to sustain these battle livelihoods, and they move forward also and sustain their own? And he ended with a cracking a joke, but which is serious, that they demonstrate coming to the district when all the NGOs have gone out. That's when they realize that these people were evicted. A big clap for her. To me, I'm very happy with the presentation that came from our state attorney. She presented it the way she knew. She knew it. And she kept saying that maybe, I'm not very sure, but maybe this is how it was. Thank you very much for that. It wasn't your presentation, or you wouldn't have put all the success stories that came out. I don't know whether she has anything to respond to, maybe not. In 1 second, then as we prepare Alice to make a short remark because she'll be the panelist and our DCDO, a short one because much of the things we have talked about later. Then later on, I'll humbly request our district natural resource officer, because
no, not really. First of all, I should say thank you for the discussions that they have listened in, particularly these three people.
Yes.
They said it all. And to Wilberforce, I have a long attachment to him, but I think he doesn't know. I've been writing the annual reports of PMCT for quite some time. And I know a lot about the works of PMCT. And I know how they relate with the battle. Everything he has said is spot on. And I really want to encourage PMCT to go ahead. Their engagement with the work. I don't want to say much, but probably I will ask Ubudu, Betsy, yourself, and PMCT to have a small meeting with me after, so that we can digest and conclude this discussion. I'm very humbled with the judicial team we have. You have been very, very useful to this engaged. How I wish every district judicial team does this on a daily basis. Maybe at least once a fortnight. Yeah, thank you very much.
I'm sorry to take you an hour.
Well, mine is going to be very brief. Thank God that I made that presentation, because how else would I have known the inclusion of government in the virtual activities? Well, I will start with the familiarity. But this is a platform where we are all come here to learn. And I'm very, very happy that at least there's been some positive criticism. And on our side as judiciary, we do not know these things. For us, the community of the battle that we know, the one there, of course, to now is yes. So when we come to this meeting, we learn. And I encourage all the stakeholders here, the NGOs, to always invite us so that we can benefit. And we also give you the other side of court. Yeah. Because as much as you know the other side of the battle, you also still don't know the other side of the court. So once we share ideas, that is how we can be able to learn from each other. Otherwise, very grateful and thank you for your participation.
Thank you very much, our state attorney. And we took it as an action point. There is what we have here, what we call the Batwa Coordination, District Batwa Coordination Committee, where we call all the partners that work with the Batwa, whoever has an intervention on the Batwa, coordinated by the BCDO, but also supported by all the stakeholders inside. And I think this period round, it is URP, the half of the WWF, that's supporting that coordination committee. And I think DCDO you've taken up from here that we shall have to invite police on the board, judicial on the board, and the regional battle representatives outside the civil society. I think that one have been coming to unite each other far better. Personally, I didn't know what takes place in that court. And I've not even stepped there though. I'm their daughter. But I fear that place. So today I am out a bit comfortable in case. Thank you very much. May I call Aris Nyamhanda, representative of Kudu. She tells me that much has been talked, but I know she has some experience as one of the coming from that background. She has an experience to share with us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. A lot have been said. Me, I will just talk about a few things. We've talked about on education that they don't take their children to school. So far now, in the whole country, we have 10 bachelor graduates. 5 bachelor's diplomas, but they are from different districts. We have 7, okay, the battle are in 7 districts. Kanu, Isolo, Rwanda, Kabale, Tungamo, in Kitwe, Malala in Nyakayojo, Natovu in Wengo, then Ubundi Mucho. In Woku, we managed to sponsor, okay, we sponsor some battle children, but 5 of them, they completed their university. we have someone who is the secondary teacher. Now he's teaching in the certain school in Bombo, in Kampala.
Where?
Bombo, he's in Bombo.
Tell me the name of the school.
I don't know the name of the school. His name is called Multi-stakeholder John. He's from the recovery. In the community called the Melambo.
You can search it on Facebook with there.
Okay, then on the side of agriculture, I'm testing PMCT to support backward in agriculture because it is helping them. For us in Wogo, we hire land, then we give this backward seeds, fertilizer, and course. When we give them seeds, they call the Irish potatoes. When they harvest, they sell some, others they put them in their stores. When they sell them, when the money accumulates, they sit down and agree on what they are going to use for that money. Sometimes they buy like household utensils, mattress, and other things. So I'm requesting BMCT also to have some virtual communities in agriculture. On the side of capacity building, our team has mentioned that some of the Batwa have also bought land for themselves. So far now we have 80 Batwa who have bought land from their cash. And they are from different places. Others, they have already bought cows. I think one of them you know, Alain, Janet, I don't know if you know him. You know her. So don't say that, but while we are still behind, we are trying our level best. Before, the Mutwa would not stand in front of the people and say something. But these days, they can stand in front of people, they express themselves, even when someone has violated their rights, they know where to report that person. So through capacity building, now the Batwa we have reached somewhere. I think other things, what we are doing as well, we are doing advocacy. We do advocacy at village level, national level, even at the national level. I think those are the things I was going to share with you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Alice, representative of Bukoto. Now can I call the DCP to say his experience a little bit as we are coming towards the closure.
Thank you very much. As we come to the conclusion, first of all, let me thank the organizers of this meeting. Thank you very much for making us have that interface with our colleagues to exchange ideas, but also to look at the issues that are affecting our communities and then we plan for them. So thank you, Emily, for inviting us. I also thank the partners in the house. You are happy for the continuous engagement we always have with them, but not forgetting the main funder, that is the WWF, that supports us. When we are in Stockholm, you don't know what they are having. WWF supported through the hub, and they developed a strategic plan for their community. So if you want to support them, they have a strategic plan in place with a slogan for development. So we thank you, WWF. I thought I should put that record with the good support of the district. We really appreciate that. Why should we appreciate? Government may not do everything, may not have the resources to do whatever it takes to develop it. But when we introduce, when we allow, we provide a good environment for the CSOs to operate, then they supplement the government is able. So we really thank you for that. What is my experience working in the baton? To be sincere, I have always enjoyed the baton when I'm working. Because I understand where they are coming from and where they want to be. And I want to report to you, to this house, that working with Watwa has a good side, but also it comes with challenges. Like challenges which are also well understood because of their background, where they are coming from. It affects the way they respond, especially when we are using projects. As government, in the first place, people were appearing to support Watwa on a PDM. You know, but you look at the I may like they have. She can fire you and then you start thinking. So when one of the meetings, these guys, they gathered and said, how many people have benefited from PDM when you are presenting? And actually we didn't have the numbers. So until we went back to the drawing table, we said, no, this program is targeting 39% of the poor. And who are the poor if they are not the bottom? And that is when you woke up, and as I speak now, by last financial year, we had already supported 8 Watwa, and now the Muramba people who were on the line, they too were also supported. So we now have 10 people under, and we are still moving and pushing to ensure that Watwa continue to benefit. My appeal to the leaders, akasente bakabona bakukozesa business kugira ngo bakora business babone sente zo kugaruza nkayi awagira kugira ngo n'abandi bakore ki babone. I have tried it in the office to ensure that they are included even in the business. This is women in entrepreneur program. I tried one group, but I got disappointed that the group disappeared. They shared the money, they looked for a way of how to dodge the recovery. And now it brings an issue to the people who are implementing. They will fear support, thinking they will be struggling on how to recover. But we appeal that we continue and ensuring that they are engaged in government programs. I am very happy. Like when you go to Birara, when the health uptake of Birara is higher than the health uptake at the Michingo. Why? Because in Birara, they have their own who is mobilizing them. And I think it was something to learn and be extended to other communities. When you go to Sanuru, it is spearheaded by them, and you have empowered them to ensure that they mobilize their community. I want to also again thank the Bill City. Bill City, you are more or less a government. This is a government trust. And yes, you behave like them, but you belong to us. Yes? Yeah, we want to thank you for the support extended, especially with these people. I personally, I have been there with Uneze to whether they were giving bags. And now we have decided to be tough, working with them. When the WWF supported URP to support the Kanyama Hene people with the boats, with the boat trade, sheep and what. And before one had eaten. So actually not eating, but sort of selling. I made it really flat. Name and shaving.
And shape.
Name and shape, so that people start thinking of looking at themselves, not letting it go. So I think it is nice that village will thank you, Bell City, working through WWF, and I know WWF, we are increased on, no, we are fighting with sustainability, but before we go for that, we need more support. Especially these organizations, these groups you are in, and you can hear now they have a strategic plan. So anything that you put in them, you are sure that you will results. So we thank you. Then on the health, going to the health facilities, I think the Batwa have changed the what? Even now, I work with the in Hidden with the local person for HIV. We even know those who have, and those who are not going for medicines, we go and look for them. We may not tell you that we are looking for so and so, but we know how to connect them and link them for medication. Those things sometimes we don't do it. And in the hospital, we agreed, MS, that once you hear a motor is coming, and either is coming for his or her drugs, please treat that motor with a special gloves, so that they don't fear. And it has been done, even to the women. And the women have now started going to deliver from the hospital, which is a plus. And I want to appeal to my leaders, my battle leader, this continue minding them. We have made other community development. I had to hire a baker. You know, I have a background of politics somehow. I sometimes use that. We planted there some girls tell us, and they keep telling us that so and so is there, what, and then we link to the service provider, and which we have done through very many people. Even Farida, even when you see her going to court to say that they have done nothing. You mentioned the name. Because I know they had said, my colleague had mentioned this. This one, but those are part of our working members to ensure that they receive services, not that we want to use it for other things, but to help them. Then I think lastly, what even the small land that they have, like the I don't know who bought the background of Steny. Adra. There are people who were taken there and they left that land and came back to Uchimbo. Even in Uchimbo, you know, I was a city of my first appointment was in their area. They are there. They leave land. So you really understand either they were not used, but I know it is a transition. Let us continue mobilizing them. Let us continue take them. Lastly, I committed to continue lobbying, advocating for the Batwa. Now the organization that is now being sung today is the fight for the Kokote. You don't know how you got that organization here, and it is doing wonders. And I know they will do a lot. You support them. It is for the good of what? Of Batwa. Otherwise, working with Batwa has challenges because one, they are in poverty. Even the children, even when we push, we are saying they should be in schools. Sometimes they don't go back in after non-classes because they are what? On an empty stomach. So if evidence is coming through a big support by the WWF, please let us also look at how we can educate this workforce. But as we educate them, let us plan for them a package of having food at school. In Karamoja, it was done. Karamoja, we are not going to school when Mama was the minister. You know what they did? They introduced porridge at school, and they would ensure that the porridge is served in shifts so that you remain in the class to access porridge, and they remain until they come in. So if there is a way we can have them, as that, then you can pay. Then the developer, now I've got you to give you this, why is the yash? Mine said, literally, in Kamanya, Mayonara limits. Me, I'm happy with these ones. I could check Ijana Ham, Gokubayo, Nawaga into Puchi, was it to Patikani? Thank you very much. Patikanya, you have to get it. You have Mutwa. Thank you very much.
Asante sana.
And now, lastly, may I call our district natural resource officer to say something and also hints or maybe of some words. Thank you. I think the latest of some I'll be very brief. And I'm also standing in the already mentioned. Once again, I'm as we end our meeting today, has been a great day, and particularly for any planning such an issue. By the way, in good faith, when they say dialogue, it's a conversation, and indeed we have conversed. And me, what I've been thinking over when I was it was the magistrate and the prosecutor sitting among the stars for us. We are here. As it has been mentioned in the purpose of the meeting, it was multi-sectoral in nature, but limits to one arm, the legislature. But for the first time, I think I have worked to this place for over 26 years. And you can imagine in the 26 years, it is like my third time sitting with them. So it is a blessing. And I think the way we work on parallel, it makes us public servants, but serving for the same purpose, to ensure that our people live in harmony and like the purpose for our calling is to ensure good service delivery. So all of us here, we are here for the purpose, and I believe what we have achieved. And what I can say, you can see the legislator in us the rights of the marginalized in NbS. And why NbS? Because NbS is an approach for climate change and like mitigate, like trying to see how we can mitigate climate change impact. And one of the approaches is to do the nature-based solutions. And Emily having taken up this, we are happy because one of the districts that will be affected most is Kisoro. You know, we have the mountain gorillas, and the day the climate will change and it is no longer the gorillas are unable to adapt, we are finished. We should always keep at the back of our minds that our gorilla tourism contributes about 25% of the revenue we get from tourism. So it is really something that we should be mindful of. And as we have these gentlemen and ministers, the judiciary, we are here because of the climate change issue that is a global concern and that will affect us and will affect the poor people most, because they will not be able to adapt easily because of their technological incapacities and other factors. So when we sit here and we talk about the concern of all of us, and we want to see how we include them fully and them to be mindful of conservation. Yeah, I have to be that. When I'm talking about conservation, it is conservation, and we want to see how they join us and ensure we all conserve. But we keep in mind at the back of our mind that the marginalized people should be taken care of in as far as their rights are concerned. And here we are saying rights to education, we have been told what has been done in as far as that is concerned. When it comes to rights to culture, yes, the facilities are there, it is being done. When it is rights to what is? Let me remind you, there are 4 rights that we have. To livelihood. Yeah, of course, for livelihoods, there is a missing link, but it can also be attended to. But as I conclude, I realize that the major issue among the staff being able to fully include is the issue of information. There is information is lacking because even like what she mentioned, the PP, how they call it. You can say they cannot even after many studies and studying and even doing certificates in the law. I don't know how to address Madam Nam.
I know what you mean. So you can see, we have been really optimistic in parallel. It's not never meeting. So when we have you here and you tell us the procedure, that is information we are getting. And with us, when we go down, we can also guide. And we would love that once in a while, we also program and take it to the community. Yeah, because that would also change a bit. And the community is knowing you're there and we are all working for the same thing. And as I almost come to the end, here I got touched in recommendation, those how do you call them, paralegals, those ones are like peer to peer. When you have a community member talking law in community, people tend to listen. Because there are examples among themselves. Like the CDO talked about the Madame Hubastina being a PhD. When you're one of them and you're talking issues of law, I believe it is something that is catching and people take up. So I would interest the education person under you. If they could identify someone and that person is doing sponsored. Because I imagine and there are courses which they can become paralegal. What does it take to become a paralegal?
So you do not need to go to school to become a paralegal. If you have an NGO, particularly a focused NGO, usually they have programs of training paralegal educators. So when you enroll, train people, send them out. It doesn't take long. Usually it's 1 or 2 programs, they are out. As long as the information that you get is in line.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so that is something that I saw that is very important because we will have better to ensure that most of the information, the legal information, trickles down to the community. We are glad we have our funders here at WWF, and that would be an area that needs to be looked at in so that it's there somewhere in the strategic plan. No, we have to be careful to talk words. Anything not in the strategic plan may be out, but they always know how to handle. So I believe we need those people. And among the Watwa community, we need them to help us to understand better issues of their rights and how even their rights, if they step on some of the laws, they can be affected. So with those few words, I am happy we have all been here and we have all really taken interest in deliberating. It was participatory, we kept alert because it was what affects us. You know, guys, the marginalized debate was your part of us, and we feel we should do anything possible to ensure you reach our list. So that is why we insist yourself, we should see how we work together in order to reach where we want you to. So with those few words, yeah, I think I've delayed a bit, but a lot will be discussed. I thank you very much for your commitment to this meeting. And it is something that now has reminded me, I think us should be planning and calling such people in ourselves, because you know NGOs and CSOs are only contributing to our effort. So when people talk and say government has not done this, yeah, enabling environment has brought the CSOs. We should thank government. It is the enabling environment that allows the CSOs to operate. And why? Because the CSOs are contributing to government efforts. So all this you're doing, it is government. Even the government ibikora kuko yagize uburyo polisi bwiza bwo kujyana amategeko garahari bwo kugira ngo aba bagenzi bacu bafite ibitongore byigenga bazi bafashe gahunda. Kuko government ntawe yashobora byose ukagira ngo ikorane na agency cyangwa abakora. So mwese ntabarambiye nakoze cyane. Thank you so much for your time, and as you travel, we need to save journeys. I'm hoping that we shall meet again for such an engagement. Thank you.
I think coming up to Madam Judith. I think we have come to the end of this meeting. And personally, as a moderator, this is my first time moderate such a meeting where I will have even people in uniform. And the magistrates. Thank you very much for honoring these invitations, and we have come to the close of the day. At this time, may I call Christy from NbS to make some announcements as we head for lunch. Lunch or dinner?
Just to thank all of you for standing up for the dialogue and for that informative kind of discussion you've put forward. We've learned a lot. I know that you've also learned. Just to emphasize that point from this meeting, I'm glad that it is your hosting the coordination committee. So on top of including broadening the members of that committee, please take note of the minutes to propose the best report for the marginalized. And also, at least, it was the recommendation that was made by this workshop. So we take note of that, but also the legal support, the legal service kind of support that is required, and also the sensitization and ensuring that information actually goes. So that those are some of the key actions that we take from here, but also what Judy has talked about from Para. We take note of all that, and also the proposal that was made for these recommendations to be incorporated in the district network action plan. So it is something that we have to look at and we will consider interpreting this. So with that, I want to thank you once again and wish you a nice afternoon. It is still afternoon, and a nice lunch in terms of facilitation. Even if you don't report, yeah, we don't report.
Okay, before we go for lunch, dinner, we can have a prayer led by Mama. Tunaomba tunaombea ile webaze yamugaseshe kurya ayo kama reka tugusime habwo bugizi bwawe cyangwa kuduhereza reka tugusime habwo guteka teka ayo kama tata byo twabasha kubayo kandi twena tukaza mu bumwe reka twiyongere gusima izina ryawe tata ubundi nureba twaza haransi wiyongera kugira ngo mukama tata icyo kurya icyo ukisemeze tunganye kandi nawe wese kugiterekanyisa ugahereza umugisha kugira ngo izina ryawe ryongere guhindisirwa no kuramirwa kandi mukama tata ubwo twaza kugaruka iyo twarwa ari mukama tata urya umwe na mukama tata umugore duwerwa kubera abasabazi mukama tata umurungi utugende accident ahataringaniye haringanize habwe imbabazi zawe n'uburungi bwawe tata ko turongera kuvugana tuzarushaho gusima izina ryawe urakoze tata urakoze bikirabona tugukora kuyobora umunsi wose izina ryawe ryongere bwimbisirwa Yesu Kristo mukama
Nakoze cyane.